It's that time of the week again, I believe. Although this has a few more minutes to play itself out, so start the stream a little bit earlier than normal. I just want to make sure that I've got all of my commands ready. And we're on for game number 3. This isn't it, for anybody joining watching. This is just a game on the normal server that they've, oh dear, infested both sides. Who do I think is going to lose this quicker? Probably North. They're far away from their objective, and yeah, definitely North. But we'll see. With anticipation, we'll watch and wait. Hopefully, after this, I'll throw the command out to jump into the in-game commands. Oh dear, man, holy crap, there's so many. But yeah, it does look to me as though a swarm of northern bugs is about to descend onto the silo, and yeah, it'll take a miracle to stop this from happening now. GG's. I mean, that's a good point as any to get everybody across. So I need some music in my life right now. We've got a few minutes before we start. I'll post this command there. Let's just get some lo-fi. Just to begin with. I might, bloody hell, might send me to sleep, but that'll do for now. That won't do. Advert. Terrible. Absolutely horrendous. 5 people, or some keen players today. So we're starting up a little bit earlier than normal. That's fine. The reason being is there's a MMP speedrun later that I think we're going to have like almost 100 people in. But never mind. It'll take a few minutes for us to sort out teams. And off the back of that, hopefully I can join. It may allow me in. And let's find my trust command. Wow, it might be because there's lots of people connecting all at the same time, but I'm having some real grim connection issues in the last couple of days. So we could be on for a rocky stream depending on how I go. I've got some upgrades coming in the post. Amazon Prime have been very good. Other retailers are available, obviously. This is not a good sign. I'm not a big fan of this. This server is not responding. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. No matter what, regardless of whether I can get into this game or not, it will be hosted, it is on. So, I'll just wait a second. It's all good in the hood. Again, like we normally say, it takes a minute or two for people to join and for us to populate the server enough that we have enough people in to play. So don't worry about it right now. Let's just drop this a little bit. I had some complaints about the music being too loud last time. Can I join? Am I allowed to join? If I can't join now, I'm not going to be able to be there in the end game. Like when it gets to the 4-hour mark, there's no point in me being here if I can't join the initial server. This is grim. 5-minute stream incoming, I believe. Do I need to update Factorio? Hang on a second, let me drop out of this and come back in. This is not good. Oh dear. It's always right before we start up a large event, isn't it? That something decides to just not work. Something that was working 5 minutes ago, it just decides, do you know what, mate? Right now, no. It's just a big thumbs down from me. I refuse. Down tools, and I'm out. so I might need to talk to another admin about refereeing this. It's weird, only 15 people as well. Like, oh wait, what? There's 2? This I can join, but the other one I can't. Okay. And it's booting me now. Oh, come on. Why do we have 2 servers up? What the fuck's going on? One is fake from us. Can we? Okay, so this is the server, I guess. We've had some upgrades. Okay, that's fair enough. Hey Ness, how's it going? We've had some slight issues joining, but we have enough time. We're starting the game earlier. It's nice to have you with us. Hopefully you're having a really solid weekend. And hopefully, if you had a chance, watched a couple of your games back on YouTube because they were strong. I've managed to watch a lot of the tournament back, and I still have a few of them to upload, but yeah, looking at some of the games, like there was some really high level Factorio 1v1 stuff going on there, so yeah, thanks for joining me. If you're not able to join and play, then feel free to stick around for as long as you want. This will be an earlier captain's game than normal, because we're all going to go and play the MMP speedrun later, which I'm really looking forward to. I think that'll be really good fun. I get 4 disconnects before connect. Yeah, I know that live. I know that feeling. Oh, that's terrible. You can't join a team. You don't even have a captain. I'll be joining in an hour or 2. Awesome. Hopefully by that point we should have some really good setups, so you'll be able to grab what you need and get moving, get plowing. Do I start my pick ban now? Do we have no, there's still people coming, isn't there? I think we're still missing a couple of... Oh yeah, and let me sort my groups out. Awesome, right. So we'll... Oh yeah, I need to force the map to reset first. Okay, right, let's do this. Config. Admin vote on, because we can't have a long game today. We're just not able to have a super long game. And then when this restarts, I'm going to freeze everyone. And then we'll get 2 captains on. And as always, the beginning of these games are quite slow, just purely so that we can organise people into more organised teams. And let me get into group. And let me set up referee. Law and order. There can only be 1. So for all of you joining me, thank you. It's nice to see everybody back in again. We're on for a good game today. We are on for a good game. I believe, and I might be wrong, but there's a silent assassin amongst our group here. Just pointing out one particular individual who normally plays at midnight till about 4 o'clock in the morning. It's now, I believe, 9 o'clock in the afternoon, in the night for him, so... Yeah, Ling may actually be able to play a full game of us, and genuinely speaking, probably one of the strongest players on the server. As you can see, thematically speaking, we have a Christmas tree in the middle of Cabbage Island because it's Christmas. And Merry Christmas to all of you, or Happy Holidays if you don't celebrate Christmas. Hopefully you're having a good one, hopefully you're staying warm, and yeah, thank you for checking in with me. We'll be getting this up and running as soon as the map rerolls, which should be in about 30 seconds. And there's been some changes as well. They've messed around. Mix patches. Oh dear. Oh dear. Not sure if I can. Not sure if I back this. Somebody will have a plan for this, I'm sure. Somebody somewhere will have an idea, some inspiration as to how you sort that out. I take offense to that. No. No, we have a gun problem. This is a non-political stream, but I would agree with that previously mentioned statement. But we're not here to get into the weeds about internal policy regarding firearms. We're just here to play a game. And I just noticed we have rail signals, that's nice. And we restart. Awesome. And everyone's getting dropped. Oh dear. Oh dear. Apply. Confirm. And let's watch the Soldier and Ling finally go head to head on a more favourable time zone for Ling than has ever been before. And I'm just going to make sure people... Wait, what? Oh, no, come on. What is going on? There's something funny going on at the moment here. I'm heading back in. Don't worry, we'll get this going on. I just got absolutely kicked out of my own game. Terrible. Horrific. If this happens multiple times during the game, I'll pass off the refereeing to somebody else. User with my name is already in that game. Well, that's not true because I'm here. There we go. Excellent. There are some issues. Sorry about that. Let's go to special games. And yeah, again, apologies for anybody watching. This will sort itself out. We're just organizing teams. Terminator and the Soldier, okay. A likely pairing. Both of these players played in the 1v1 tournament. Yeah, we doing MMP later. And Soldier always gets first pick. So it's Tim as one captain. And finally, what used to be two opposing captains have finally landed on the same side. This will be an interesting pairing. Enkling, very, very strong player. This is a favourable time zone for him. The Soldier, I believe, is like 5-3 in terms of captain games up on Ling. So normal enemies have become teammates and friends. That'll be a very interesting... I'm going to keep notes on that. Pav Evan to the south with Clutch. Yeah, so far so good. I'm quite looking forward to this. So Developer up on north as well, so we've got some main builders I don't see it. I don't see a lot of outpost talent hitting the sides either just yet. I'll do late join once. Okay, awesome. Clutch, Timin, Pavev. There's barely a player on the list, don't worry. Prox, Pavev, Timin, Clutch. Okay, so there's some outpost potential here. Meanwhile, Abigail Gel goes north with the soldier. There's some real OGs here. Holy crap, there are some people that we don't really see a huge amount of. Obviously, Timin played the 1v1 tournament. Prox, we don't see a ton of. T-Bucket, again, an OG. I like these teams so far. Menander's going north and looking very strong. Everlord, holy shit. This is strong. Bridges here. What is going on? These are really... I can't stress to you how strong these teams are early on. These are people we don't see a huge amount of, but have an incredibly strong playstyle. And we have some outpost potential on both north and south. Whilst we wait, I'm going to grab the Twitch link and chuck it into Discord for anybody that isn't going to be here to kind of... do this. Apologies, I'm rambling. I've got to do this. I've got to do a few more codes before we start, and then we're into the game and we're on. Hopefully, I don't sound too rough. Okay, right. That's the link posted. Let's bring up Discord, and then all I have to do is enable pick phase for late joiners. And there should be a large list of people here that just joined us a couple minutes late. That's fine. I'm not going to silently judge you for not being here on time. But lower player count than normal, although we are hosting the game at a different time than we normally do. So I'm sure that over time, these numbers will grow. And I feel like a healthy game, 10 on 10 to 20 on 20, is something that I'd like to see. It's a game the kind of numbers for a game that will genuinely not be super ooh. And just having a little scan through the map, we have changed our mix patch design, and we'll see that come into play later. Main base, as always, stone's looking healthy, coal's looking strong, iron and copper. I mean, if you're a main base player, this is all you want to see. It's just more about how you want to orientate your smelting. Beyond that, though, having oil this close and this abundant, yeah, main are looking for a really nice, solid setup early on, and there's a lot of space to develop into too. So, okay, I'll run the late joiners one more time, just in case any of these three absolute legends want to jump their hat into the ring. If not, then we will get going, and I will change the music because I'm falling asleep to this. This is not a good look. Lucas, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. And I hope that you're having a really solid weekend, at least the start to a very strong weekend. So thank you for the follow. It really does help me out. And it's weird, we're kind of growing. The channel is growing. I initially started streaming so that 2 or 3 people could watch these games back, and we had 150 people on the weekend watching the tournament. That's actually quite big for a game like this. Factorio isn't known for its large viewership, so yeah, it's really nice to see that you guys like what we're doing here. And again, I'd like to take all the credit, obviously, but it's not just me. There's an enormous amount of administrating and playtesting and people working in the background. Oh dear, what is that? That hurt my face. I'll run the trust command very soon. Right, one more time, just for good luck. 3 minutes to plan out before we start. Again, as I'm just talking about people that do an enormous amount in the game, there is Neuro, our favourite Basque, not French, Basque individual, who does an enormous amount, an egregious amount of work inside the server. So I believe it's Timin's pick, and then whoever comes next will go either north, or if there's multiples, then north will have the first pick. Okay, let's go 2 mins, and we go. I usually watch Colonel Will. We used to do this when it first came out. Oh, that's cool. I'm quite new to the scene. Not new to the game, I play this a lot, but we've only just started streaming and hosting these big games, and we should hopefully see later on the teams go up to about 20 players versus 20. So yeah, we should be on for a really nice, solid game here. We'll walk through all the different pieces of the game in terms of, like, you know, the outposts and what the main players are doing, etc. But as it starts, normally it takes about 15-20 minutes to get the teams organised. This is literally like herding cats at the moment, so it looks smooth, it's not. And as you can see, more and more people are joining that want to be put on teams, and that's fine. But yeah, I don't want to be running this command every time one person joins. We need to start the game, and that will start in 60 seconds. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, you know. I'd like to think of this as more of an educational stream. I'm quite knowledgeable, I guess. Not to play my own trumpet or whatever, but relatively knowledgeable about the game. So if you want to know what's going on, what the current meta is, or what these individual teams will be planning or thinking about, feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to do that, as well as change the music, because this is terrible. I can't stand this. 1 min. We'll start in a minute. At the moment, it looks to me as though the South have a couple of outposters in this group if they want to. Rocket the other team base. So you could landfill across the river. We have played PvP before, so we have added land bridges with like walls and bugs. It's kind of quite funny, actually. So this is kind of your more traditional, normal standard game, but we do have, and we do play a lot of funny kind of special games. We have done artillery a few times as well, which is just hilarious. It sucks if you're on the other side of it, but it's funny as hell to watch one team get absolutely smoked by yeah, some big guns. Alright, we go. We go. Have fun, good luck. We're on. And as the AI generated numbers tick down to 1 and eventually 0, the third game of Christmas has begun and the players are off. We're playing at the moment on Piece of Cake, mostly because there's a speedrun later that we'd all want to play. So we're starting this up early. Hopefully we'll manage to get a lot of people. They disable bots to carry landfill. Ah, okay, right. So that's an older or different version. That'd be interesting to play, though. Imagine being able to boot up, like, biter battles from 5 years ago, just to play it to see how different it is. If you haven't played recently, I do have some information for you, Lucas. There's a different version of the biters that we've been playing against every now and again. So we don't do it often, but there is a version of the bugs AI that is ruthless, and it is horrible to play against. We played once on the test server. This is a slight side note, but just as the game starts up, there's not a huge amount to commentate on people chopping down trees and, you know, moving out to outposts, etc. Yeah, we played about 30 people on one side. I think we all joined south, all of us together. The bugs on north were disabled, and we played against an AI that was just awful. It was the worst. If we put that AI into these games wouldn't last more than an hour. They were just the most aggressive and the most... They just found holes in every part and every aspect of the base, so we've had to tone them down and play a much nicer version of the bugs. We may see some threat farming here. I'd like to think that the guys and girls and people of, you know, this particular server have learned that threat farming is an incredibly valuable tool, and they should be making the most of it early game. There should be 1 or 2 people whose goal it is, or role it is, to get down here, and as we can see, Pavev looks to me like they're trying to set themselves up in and amongst this enormous mix patch, which they've changed, I think. They've nerfed coal, so the coal is less prevalent in and around, like clustering around and yeah, a lot more iron, a lot more copper. So we could be seeing a different kind of mixed build coming out here. I can imagine that's a defensive outpost looking to fight the bugs. And Sticklord, flip a coin. I have no idea what this guy's doing. I don't think that most time he plays, he knows what he's doing. But in any case, a very strong player on North. And let's run through those teams real quick. Since we are here, and the game is getting up, I'm going to have some water, because my voice is going already. On the North, as you can see, Menander, very strong. Enkling, very strong. And also a captain as well, that normally captains the side. Abigail, very strong. Sticklord, very strong. Reuterhan, very strong main player. I don't know if he plays out on the outpost. Not sure who this guy is, but I'm sure they're strong. Straightener, again, no idea. Developer, very strong. Outstanding, very strong. Soldier, very strong. Cannawar, no idea. T-Bucket, legend. Lower Dark. We have Lower Dark and Sticklord in the same team. Anything can happen. This is the circus. These aren't clowns. This is the circus in the same side. That'll be an interesting one to watch. Whether these people, and that the northern team is "May the Factorio God be with you," with a little bot. So I like the name of the North team. Enkling posting down some blueprints already. Very organised. So I'd love to see that. Meanwhile on South, Delver Boy. Unfortunately, I never heard of you, but I'm sure a strong player. Clutch, very strong. YOLO Chiller, no clue. Pabev, strong. Tribal Thomas, no idea. Crocs, no idea. Everlord, he's just legend, really. I can't really say much more than that. Crocs, Timin, Bridge, Full-Time Nub, Fire, Neuro. Although there are some new players here, or newer players, the South actually looks stronger, I'm going to be honest. Fire and Neuro, there will be an outpost somewhere, as we can see. With Clutch on top and Procs. Oh dear, yeah, actually that's really strong. If I had to pick a team to play on, I don't know who I'd want to go with. South or North? Probably South. If I had to play in right now, jump in and play, I'd play on the South, and I'd either help build up power blocks and then do defense, or I would join these two nerds and go for threat farm. If I had to join North, there's so many main players in North, there'd be no point in me staying in main. There's far too many hands doing the same thing, and it's a good thing for sure, but there's no need for my input here. As you can see, most of the northern player base are within the opening area, with a few of them meandering across to the west, and a few off to the east, looking to outpost. So I would probably join Sticklord up here, build a small outpost, and threat farm. Or Fire is stream sniping, reported, but thank you for joining and adding to the algorithms. Oh yeah, I'll take a look at an old clip. I don't have chat set up for links posted in chat, but if you send that to me as a DM, I'll happily take a look, because I'm starting to, I don't know if you know a guy called Clown Town, and also there's a streamer called JD Plays, and those guys did a lot of the old Bite Battle stuff, and I really like the look of it. Fire! Oh, thank you for the subscription. Is that because you just got called out in game? Hey mate, I really, honestly, I kid you not, it warms my heart to see how much this has grown over the last couple of streams, and thank you for your support as well. I say this every week, I'm not expecting anybody to follow or subscribe. It's really nice of you guys to just be here, and yeah, hopefully you have a good game. Okay, you had a challenge with them. I'd like to see, somebody told me the other week that Clowntown doesn't do this anymore, or that he's not been active for a while. I'd like to see if I can talk to somebody who's still kind of in the scene, because I believe there's a lot of people wanting the second season of BBC Bite Battles Championship to happen. And I've got the time, I have the time on the weekends to host the game. I just need somebody to tell me how it was done before, what the league setup was, and yeah, he's funny as balls though. I really liked his. I've seen only a few games on YouTube, but I really liked what he was doing. It looked good. But again, life will take you in different directions, and maybe he had some kids, or got married, or changed his job. So I hope he, regardless of whether he's here or not, I hope he's doing well. I hope he's set himself up. There's space for everyone here. In fact, the more people that show this off, the more people will know about it. So hopefully, I'll carry on where they left off, and we can just show this off to more people. The 1v1 tournament we had on the weekend is doing really, really well. I've changed the YouTube channel because it's easier for me to stream from here. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, absolutely, Lucas. 100%. I'm very new to the scene, so I'm still learning about things like Kobe's MMP speedrun, anti-elites and simultas's, world record attempts and stuff. I'm from a very different background when it comes to gaming, so this whole scene is like fresh for me. But I love it. It looks great, and I'm going to be here for a while, if not for as long as I possibly can be. Until you guys get bored of it, I'll keep streaming. I'll keep trying to promote this. But yeah, any Discord that you know of, throw me a link. I'll join. I'm in. I want to be. Yeah, I want to get my fill for this. Somebody even challenged me to do some speedrunning, and although I'm a legend playing this game, Will is burnt out of Factorio. I can imagine that it can. I feel it sometimes when we play these games. You know, you play a 7-hour game and you win or lose, and you feel like you need to take a holiday. You need to take some time to just reset the brain, because you can turn into soup. I call it soup mode. When you've played your heart out for 8 hours and lose, you just need a break. It's just, I challenge anybody to go that long and feel fresh. As we can see, the initial smelting going down for the North. It looks to me like T-Bucket and Ling are really going hard, trying to get early smelting going. And again, the beginnings of what looks to me like the early signs. Okay. What I'd love to do though is get in contact with, I think Everlord was involved in the BBC. Somebody did mention Everlord's name. So what I might do is I might throw him a DM and just kind of ask a question or two, saying, look, I don't need you guys to do it all for me. I'm not asking so that I just turn up and stream. But if there's any way that we can. Awesome. Yeah, thank you for that, man. I'll jump onto that, Lucas, for sure. I have a lot more time to stream and also play. Like I do miss getting involved in the games. As I say every week, not that it's a big deal, and remember to hashtag always stay humble. I'm probably one of, if not the strongest player in the server, and so it would be unfair of me to join these games. It just wouldn't be nice on any of these players if I was to be in the game, because it's kind of an easy win. I play every now and again, and obviously there will be a game. There will be a game where I do join and I show off what it's like to just win. Just win. Although that said, holy crap. Side note here, but I'm really proud of this. I played another video game the other day, a game of Dota, and there were 5 cheaters on the opposition team. And I kid you not, the little competitive player in me, it was a casual game, it didn't mean anything to me. I didn't know any of my teammates. And there's like a little competitive monster that just woke up for 5 minutes and went, how dare you cheat against me in a normal game? And we smashed the living daylights out of 5 obvious, clear and obvious as day cheaters in this game. Better play LOL. How dare you, White LOL? The funny thing is, I've got the recording of that game, and I looked at their perspective as well, and it's clear as day. They have wall hacks, they can see our map, they're scripting, so they're having like mechanical inputs. So there's no human element to their play. They're clearly reading what we're doing through Fog of War, etc. And we kicked the living shit out of these people. I loved it. It was one of my favourite things. You don't need to hack in LoL. You don't need a brain. And so I was going to make a video about that because it doesn't happen very often for me. Like, I'm older. I'm an older gamer now. So I don't feel the need to compete anymore. I've done what I wanted to do in that space. Like, I don't need to prove anything. And literally, the moment I noticed one of them cheating, and it was obvious as day, like, there's no way you can have like a 0.5 second input happen multiple times in the space of a second. Like, the guy was casting spells too quick. I was like, all right, fuck this, time to play hard. And we won. I was so proud. I even said to my team, like, I never get on microphone. I'm always just like typing away. I went on mic and I said, look guys, you and I both know they're cheating, so let's beat them. And here's what we're gonna do. And we smashed them. And I got kind of toxic at the end because I told them to go fuck themselves. And they all were like, we're not cheating. And then the next day, the best thing about this, the next day I logged in and all 5 of them banned, and also their Steam accounts were banned as well. They got VAC'd. So yeah, fuck that. Like, don't cheat. Why cheat in a video game? There's no point. It doesn't prove anything to anyone. And all you're doing is like conflating or inflating an ego that shouldn't exist, because you're not that good. Get good and then play me. But if you're in my game and you're cheating, trust me, I'm going hard. And Yeah, it's not always, you don't always get to beat them, but when you do, it's a fucking great feeling, I'll tell you that much. So I've got the video. I might make a video of it, purely because, yeah, it was so obvious. I will talk about this game, sorry, but that's like breaking news on my front. Like, I'm just really proud of myself that I'm still there, mate. I've still got it. Increase movement speed in Bite Bell, and yet you lose so often, White Lol. Bonjour Mathieu Bonobo. I'm probably saying that wrong. They won't know, just a little help, not cheating. I think what it boils down to is you need to have skill. I know it sounds odd, but if you're going to cheat in a video game, you need to know what it looks like to. So if I can spot a cheater in Dota 9 times out of 10. Like you have to know how to hide it in order to get away with what you're doing. Whereas in like Counter-Strike, for instance, if somebody's looking through a wall at you and tracking your head, all you've got to do is watch the replay back, and you know, like, you 100% that is cheating, right? Or the people that get instant headshots that are just flicking around like a helicopter, right? Guaranteed cheater. The ones that get away with it, though, the subtle ones, the really subtle ones, they're the ones you have to watch out for, because they know what they're doing, and they're smart enough and sly enough to try and convince you otherwise. Like, nah, man, I'm just lucky. I was just lucky that game to land 5 headshots in a row. But it made me smile. I logged back in, and I had one of those Steam alerts. We've recently taken action against people you've reported. And I clicked on the button, and all 5 accounts, VAC banned as well as banned from Dota. So that's community service in my front. If you play Dota in the future, you don't have to go up against those 5 idiots. Now there'll be 5,000 more of them, but I did my part, you know. I did my community service, and it was so rewarding. I genuinely, when we beat the game, I was like clapping, I was like slapping my table, I was like, get the fuck out of my game. Get out. How dare you bring that low level play into my arena. Oh mate, yeah, everybody, I used to spawn, what was it, God mode, you could bring tanks into GTA, you could spawn helicopters, that was the fun. You beat the game, normally, and then you're like, right, I'm gonna go on a rampage, let's put God mode on, let's put RPGs on, I want free grenades, I want to cause some trouble. So that's acceptable, but like competitive? Nah, I don't know. I just think you've got to either be really young, where you don't understand that you're not actually getting an advantage. You're just like, well, all my friends cheat, so I have to cheat as well. Or if you, and by the way, if you're cheating and you're a grown adult, then I feel sorry for you. I'm going to be completely honest, genuine. If you're putting on like wall hacks or aim hacks so that you can kind of rank up in a game, and like you're going to get to a level where people know that you're not good enough, right? I mean, people at the highest level of Counter-Strike know when they're playing good players. You'd make everybody chaos. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Everybody's proper aggressive and they just start beating you up. Like cop cars just run you over. Yeah, I remember that at GTA. How are we feeling about GTA 6, by the way? I saw the trailer to that, and I'm going to be honest, it actually looked kind of good, but I was kind of sad that they went back to Vice City and that there's no new city or new scenario they're going to. But as long as it's not $100 or more, and I'm worried that that'll set a precedent, you know, if they start saying, right, every new game now has to be $100. No spoilers. But it looks visually, graphically, it looks good. I can't deny them that. The thing I'm worried about more than anything is, you know, could they have been more original? You know, could they have created something new? And there's lots of people kind of speculating about what the story's about. I say just let them release it and let's find out. Because I know that people have to write articles and all the rest of it, but like genuinely speaking, they've never really released a bad GTA, if I'm being honest. They've all been quite good. So I think they'll nail this one. And plus it prints money for them, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Genuine, like the online feature. I never really played GTA Online, but it's like a money printer for them, so there'd be no reason for them to do a half-assed job on it or get things wrong. You'd imagine, hopefully, that they kind of look after this one and get it right. Works for Rockstar 10 years. Imagine a decade. A decade of development only to just create trash. Nah, I trust you, mate. I'm sure they've got it right. I'm sure. And if they don't, I'm calling the police. It's been a good year for gaming, to be fair, though. There's been some absolute bangers. In fact, that's a good question. Favourite game of 2023, what do you reckon? I never played the Harry Potter one, but apparently that was quite popular. Other than this, because obviously this is always a classic, I can't think of anything that stands out really. Oh no, mate, there's been a lot of disappointment. That Gollum game looked grim. And that King Kong game as well, it's almost like they're doing it on purpose. Genuine. It's got to be this. This is the most consistently fun. I mean, that's why I'm back here doing this again. Alright, Cog, you are going south, it looks like, unless multiple people want to join. The day after, oh my god, yeah, like, somebody showed me that. It's like a walking simulator. But there aren't a lot of zombies. I think there's a lot of people getting involved in game development that don't play video games. Sniper Elite, that does look fun. That does actually look fun. Like, if you can shoot somebody's testicle off in slow motion, 100% on play. Especially Natsu, yeah mate, I'm in. If I can shoot somebody's bollock off at 1,000 meters, yeah, I'm gonna play that game. Yeah, and RimWorld as well. I need to play these games. I've got them in my library. I just don't have the time, or I don't make the time. I have the time, I just don't make the time to play this stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm probably missing some absolute bangers. Stuff that I really should be, oh yeah, that was the game of the year kind of thing. There's one at the moment called Skull and Bones. I'm not paid to say this, by the way. Nobody's sponsoring, but Skull and Bones looks like a pirate game where you have a ship and you can upgrade it and fight other people and stuff. It's in closed beta at the moment, but apparently that's already having some people kind of like bag on it, saying it's not very good, etc. So yeah, hard to say. Hard to say. We already have some mixed building joys, by the way, and I would love to see this. The problem we had with previous mixed builds, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, coal was so prevalent, and it was so, like, it was just, like, patchy in areas where your entire sushi belt of mixed ores would just jam up. And because these outposts typically don't have an enormous power plant, you'd end up backing up so hard that it would just freeze. You know, everything would be coal, and it would all just freeze. So I'm interested to see where PowerVev can take this with Neuro in making use of these new mixed lanes, but I would highly recommend somebody try and optimize this now that it's been kind of... Slinks would like to play? Okay, cool. We'll get Slinks in. And these guys just watching. Right, Slinks, you're going up north. As we can see, both teams are just slowly but surely working towards building them all and boxing up some resources that down the line will help field designs. But in this early form of the game, early version of the game, and I've been slightly sidetracked talking about other games, there is a game in front of us as well. We see probably a defensive outpost here from Neuro. Sticklord up north, I think, doing a defensive outpost. We see grenades production already, which you love to see, so threat farming potentially. We've got Lower Dark and Developer here, kind of close to main. I'm not sure, this could be a laser outpost maybe, for later. Typically if you're going to do like a rocket outpost, it's really far away. Or if it's a nuclear outpost, you know, stick yourself very close to the uranium ore and then try and mine that. And then... it's fine, mate. If anything, it's a reminder, isn't it? You know, a lot happens in a year. And it's not always bad. I mean, I hope if you guys on reflection look at your year, this year, hopefully you've all had relatively good, you know, January to December. Like, there's been something to be happy about most months, right? It's not all doom and gloom. Not just in the biter battle space, but just generally, man. And if it's been a bit shit, I do hope, and I say this sincerely, I'm not saying this just because, I hope you have a good 2024. You can do the thing, I am proud of you, and I'm sure that you'll be able to smash it out, and that you're not going to have a bad year like this year was. Things can change. I remember at the end of the day, it's night, and everything's going to be alright. So, but I'm sure all of you are in a really good spot. For anybody out there that needs to hear it, we are a small stream, but I do promote looking after people, man, you know? I've had some ups and downs this year. How many hours? Not as many as you might think. I have about 1,500 maybe? 1600, I guess, where 600 of those were probably spectating or doing this stuff in tournaments and stuff. So 1,000 hours played, and okay, Pipes is in, and he's being dropped at the same time. Yeah, I'm a scrub. I am a scrub at this game for hours. But think about this, I'm 1k hours in and I'm a legend. So imagine what happens if I had like 2k hours, 4k hours. But they are rookie numbers. I do need to pump those numbers up. They're pretty poor. Alright, Pipe and Just Bob. And Pipe seems to be in and out of the game. Oh, somebody has decided to set smelting up. That's okay. We see this sometimes. New players are not sure of what to do. And I'll address that now if that's okay for everybody. I know that we have a lot of experienced people in watching, and also Whitelaw, who's still learning the game. If you're a new player and you find yourself in a game, the best thing to do is actually ask your captain on voice chat or in-game. You can type in-game by putting the tilde down, typing away. 10k hours, jeez. I mean, I've got probably like 10k hours in Counter-Strike, if you always to add up all the different Counter-Strikes, like 1.6 and Source and stuff. And yeah, Dota 100%, I've got more than 10k hours, but yeah. But I mean, this is the thing with this game is that it's different every time, right? The geography of the map is different, the players that you have on your team are different. 10k and still noob. Yeah. It's one of those ones where I would struggle to play that much and not be great, but I can imagine that people just play for fun. Play for fun, you know? People play for different reasons. I play to be a legend. Anything that has a ranked mode on or a competitive mode, I love it. It's one of my favourite things. Pipes is not going to be able to play this game, surely. Yeah, and the thing is, your mega base is going to be like a work of art, isn't it? It's like a painting. Friendly fire is in. Oh dear, as Pipes is being dropped. That's rough. That is rough. Friendly fire's going south, it looks like, as we end up with 16 on 16. We're slowly hovering up. Trains give me nightmares. Oh, have you seen those mega quick trains? I saw a mod of a train going light speed. Like how that doesn't kill you every time you cross. I don't even know. Okay, this outpost has been slightly hit. Oh, Pavev is going for a threat farm. I dig it. I dig it. I like this playstyle. This works. You know, you don't need to kind of drive the number into the thousands early on. It's the one thing on Factorio that I genuinely still struggle with is your signals. And I know that it's like rail in, chain out, or chain in, rail out or something, but whenever I put together a really large network, it always goes wrong. And I've played with people that are just so good at understanding the network straight out the gate. People say that all the time, and then I get into the game and my brain melts. And I can get one or two of them right. I can have like a train going from here to here, or here to here, and the moment there's some kind of crossing or there's some kind of interaction with another rail line, I just get it wrong. But then again, that said, it's a good thing that trains don't exist heavily in this game mode. Otherwise, I'm not gonna lie, that would be my Achilles heel. That would be my weakness. If somebody went, "Hey, Ghosty, go and set some trains up," my brain would be soup in 5 minutes. Wouldn't work. It's not a good look for me. Train only. Can you imagine though? Trains only. Trial and error. I do believe that is right. The problem is I've had so many errors and not many wins that I'm almost dooming myself to failure. We've done it before. We've disabled belts in the past. So you could build them, but when you put them down, they don't work. And we've had train cars for free. And I'll see if I can find a screenshot of it. It was madness. Because obviously train cars can hold a lot more stuff. So you'd have like your train car sat here, and then like 7 production buildings around it. Because you could feed that one train car hundreds of items and just let it sit in almost like a massive chest. Just offload to a wider production. So yeah, it's been done before. It was madness, but it was also really good fun. So we do play, this is kind of your standard issue game, but we do play special games, and we give free items out and stuff as well during the week. And typically on the weekend is when we have some of our better games. So this is your, I guess, purest standard bite battles. You know, it's on an easy difficulty. The teams are large. You have the ability to build these big outposts here, you know, making use of mixed patches, and which is very different to your 1v1 setup. And if any of you guys watched the tournament last week, the 1v1 setup was fast and furious. It was on a hard difficulty or harder difficulty. You know, you have one player, so they're stuck here in this main base, and it's about pure survival. Then you've got things like your kind of normal bite battles games, which are always good fun, a bit chaos really. But the way that we play these games are, there is a captain on the north, the soldier being the north's captain, and on the south we have Timinator, who I believe is outposting. Is Timinator still here? He is. There we go. Blue name. Timinator is the south captain, and the idea is that you get into your team's voice comms, and you begin talking to your captain. Your captain has a plan, and you kind of work on that plan. We always say this, you know, talk to new players, explain the plan if you can, you know, help them out. Yeah, I know, right? It could get toxic. Now, don't get me wrong. There are days and weeks where players are going to disagree, right? Players are going to disagree. We've all been in a game where Dradrian somehow has decided to fall out with his team. But remember, fight the bugs. Fight these guys. They're coming for you, right? Don't fight your teammates. You know. But disagreement's going to happen, especially when these games go long. I can imagine that it is stressful for people that struggle at times with, you know, certain aspects of the game. So the idea that I always like to say to people who are new, the more work you put in at the beginning means the less stress later on. So the person that builds their walls early, the people that build up their defenses early, or the team that has a threat farmer pushing the number of bugs down into the negative, gives everybody just a lovely, free and easy early game that you don't have to stress or worry about. Whereas the team that doesn't do that, that doesn't build their wall, and again, this is too early to really be considering that, but at the 1 hour and 30 minute mark, I really do hope that a lot of these teams have wall production. You know, we're looking at where our the flame turrets will go down, because later on those sentry turrets will not be relevant or strong enough to deal with the bugs. So be eyeing up, like, what part of this do I want to set up? You know, where is my production base? And Abigail has set themselves in and amongst coal and stone. So potentially this could be our wall production here. Maybe. I'm taking a guess, but I can imagine if Abigail can grab a lot of coal going into the power, you could set up a small smelter here. So, let's take a look. Who's winning this today? At the 40 minute mark, if I had to pick a team to be on, hard to say. This outpost has some incredibly strong players in it. Prox, Clutch, Fire, Pipes. You can imagine these guys are going for a rocket. Coincidentally, Menander, I don't believe he's going to go for anything massive. Reuterhand looks to me like threat farming, or just looking for a good spot to set up. Pack is threat farming, quite nice actually. They've got grenades up, healing up really well. There is, so the main objective of this game, for any of you who didn't know, or that I haven't said already, each team has got... Oh, Rooted. Okay, cool, we'll get you onto a team. I'll just quickly explain this and I'll get Rooted onto a team. Each team has a silo, and if this blows up or gets eaten, you lose the game. That's basically it. How you go about doing that is up to you, really. As we have Ruhid and Expination. So I'll just pick first. So yeah, as you can see, the map is effectively flipped. So no one side has an advantage for being on the south or the north. And the main objective is to protect this. And it's quite interesting because through most of the game, this is just a non-starter. Nobody cares about this. Nobody really needs to protect this because the bugs are really weak. Later on, the thing that you don't pay a lot of attention to becomes the most important thing. And all of this production that you're building is kind of second really second rate to stopping this from blowing up. But that's probably in about an hour or two's time where we'll start to see some of that jeopardy come down. As we can see now, bugs are making it close, but not closing in on production. Down the line, hopefully some of these guys are looking at walls because, yeah, it's grim having to deal with constant threats in an open base. Oh yeah, I was going to change the music. 1 second. Bear with me for a sec. Let's just drop this and get something slightly better. Why is everything synthwave? That's kind of grim, isn't it? Terrible. House or synthwave? Why can't we have anything better than that? Is this a thing? That's awful. That's terrible. Why would you choose to listen to that? Let's go for this. We have a whole playlist of this stuff. Oh, mate. Royalty free. They say royalty free and then they get flagged for like 1 minute of a song that's been copied and pasted. So Pack's up here. And they're not really helping their team. It may look like they're not helping their team, sorry. That'll do. Bit of funk. Need to funk my life up. Heavy metal later. 100% heavy metal later. That worked really well, I think, for the Bite Battles tournament. I really enjoyed that. Look at that. We're almost minus 1k from this really simple tactic. Get some grenades, get some fish to heal yourself. Bring some bugs, gather some bugs around you. And then preach a sermon of explosion. Holloway, nice to have you with us, my dude. Or RF Holloway, my bad. We're on for another weekend, Bite Battles game. And yeah, we're seeing Pack gather a crowd, you could say, about to deliver a sermon, an explosive sermon, to our bug friends. And by doing so, by gathering them around themselves, and hopefully not dying. Now, I see Holloway also likes to speak to themselves in the third person. Yeah, driving threat deep into the thousands, and this is really strong for the North because the map effectively needs to start spawning bugs in order for them to become aggressive. So what we're seeing now is a playstyle I love adopting. This is fantastic. It's such a low investment, quite for me high priority playstyle because as long as you can survive. Oh, we've got some more people coming in. That's fantastic. Yeah, you can. And I'll go through threat farming as well because it seems as though both sides are doing it. Right, Soldier has first pick. If we look at the map, you'll see all the way across the entirety of the map and deep into the infinite void that is this blackness above, and also below the bugs are the bugs. And at the moment, you can see these guys. They're small, they're quite weak, and you can shoot them dead. Later on, they will become enormous, egregiously large, and too big for bullets. Really, being honest. Now we're a while away from that, and so whilst they're weak and their numbers are low, the players can kind of dip in and out, make a quick thunder run in, grenade a few of them down, and run out in relative safety. The reason why they're doing this in the early game is that the bugs spawn very slowly, and so as you can see, they're not aggressive at the moment. They're not creating waves and waves of them to run down in towards the base. Sorry about that, I didn't want to sneeze into the mic. So, at the moment, both teams are looking at a negative number, so the map needs to spawn this number, or this amount of bugs, into the positive before they start grabbing, groups of them and sending them towards the base, smashing up your infrastructure, deleting your labs, and just making life a little bit rough. The reason you do this is to give every single player, and I say this every week, you as an individual player, or here we have a team of players, can influence the map in such a way that every single person gets breathing room. And if every single person has breathing room, then you don't get attacked, which means you can kind of develop into the mid game, develop into the late game, put your defenses down, and just live a happy life, I like the idea of like a 20% increase every hour, So that by hour 4, if you haven't locked in your defences, or hour 3 maybe, if you haven't locked in your defences, you're paying heavily for that. Oh, actually, maybe 20 is a bit generous. Maybe 15%. So after the 4-hour mark, if there's been no sends, you're going to be around about 70% bugs, which is going to be a rough time for anybody that isn't set up. We do have game modes. In fact, we played one just before this game started, where the evolution would increase every 5 seconds by 1%. Or no, was it every minute it would increase by 5%? I might be getting that wrong, but I like the idea of that constantly ramping up. You never get a chance to really be safe and secure. You're always fighting the odds. But with red ammo being produced here, I can imagine that this will be a defender outpost. And Stick Lord, yeah, it looks to me like it's going to be creating defenders here too. So yeah, I like what I see from both sides. 1% every 5 seconds. I know, you'd be dead within like 5 minutes. But I like that. I like the look of those games though. They are crazy. Right, Menander getting a little bit of stone on the go. Rock and stone everyone. I'm not sure what Roy's plans up here. Potentially for farming. A really generous patch up here actually. Holy, that's actually a really strong. You can make the use of this. Its density is incredible. And again, oil is up here too, so actually kind of a really good spot. But very close to the bugs though. And both teams are looking to like, yeah, drive their number down. 900, 500. You'd have to. In that scenario, 100% you'd have to be completely on top of the bugs. You'd need to send, if I'm north or south, I'd want 3 players, bare minimum. Like one small starter base up here doing this. You know, creating grenades, creating ammo, and hopefully down the line you could end up with like a little laser valley, you know, like a little box of lasers you could just run waves into, because yeah, they get big very quickly as well. And as I can imagine, we're not going to see a ton of sending early on. Down the line you will see certain teams hit certain markers that will allow them to throw 1,000 military signs or 1,000, you know, purple signs, and the numbers will change the evolution. The reason this has started early today is because we'd like to do the MMP speedrun as a server, or I'd like to join in with that, as many of the people here will do as well. And so we want this to not be a super long game. If this goes 7 hours, we'll miss that MMP speedrun. So we're on the clock here a little bit. Now, I don't know if we're going to see rockets, tons of rockets, but what I hope to see is a rocket or 2. So a few thousand white sign sent. If we have stallers today, stallers are not welcome today. Play how you want, obviously, but okay, Abigail going for very early oil. I like this play. It's the 4 horsemen of the Buy to Battles apocalypse. Stackers being number 1, people who stack teams with all of the strongest players. As you can see, neither team on north or south are stacked, which is a good thing. Stallers, people that keep the game going on for far too long when they could just end it and win. Not a fan. Who's the 3rd horseman of the apocalypse? Stackers, stallers, gridders, people who play on grid mode. I can't stand it. And stackers, stallers, stealers. Stealers, people that go up to my blue chip chest and take my blue chips. Not allowed. Absolutely not allowed. How dare you? Straight to jail. To jail with you. So the 4 horsemen. Stackers, stallers, gridders, and stealers. In that order especially. Now you could argue that gridders aren't that bad. I disagree. Respectfully and disrespectfully, I disagree. Stallers are the worst part. Okay, we have some wall production. Okay. Interesting. So on the north, as you can see, the initial science is red being level 1 signs, green being level 2. Red needing only iron gears and copper plates to be built. Green signs only needing yellow inserters and yellow belts to be built. And finally we see tier 3, or level 3, military production, and we're just missing walls. And these will start churning out little grey jugs of military science. And the first 3 levels have been achieved, it looks like soon, for the north, for the south. They already have, they're already slightly ahead. I like this, this is actually quite a competitive game. And the research is roaring through the labs. Let's take a look. On the south, we have electronics, blue obviously you'll need, we'll need a bit of lab research, defenders, and... yeah. Yep. On the north, coincidentally, we're looking at a little bit of threat farming research, okay? So going in a slightly different direction here, they want better grenades, they want the defenders early, they want more defenders, so north potentially could be angling here to really drive the number deep. And again, as you can see, everything is prepped and ready to go to begin building once you can kind of fuel up the steel smelting. It's building up for defenders. A playstyle which I highly recommend, it's very fun. You run around with a little robot army and they kill everything whilst you watch and laugh as everything burns around you. It's hilarious. Now, there's no way we have 2 defensive outposts. So does that mean that this is a genuine rocket attempt, I guess? Or maybe it's a purple spam? We'll check back in on this. Lower Dark is known for fucking about. It's slightly known for messing around a little bit, so I can't imagine this is going to be a rocket outpost. I genuinely believe this could just be spam. And you love to see it. You know, you need to throw a bit of spice in the mix. The South should not be enjoying a 6% bug strength. They need to be on 66%, or even 69%, with a threat that's egregious, it's plus 1 million, and then they'd lose, right? And how do you make that happen? Well, you need to send stuff to them. So the argument is that if you're going to send science, don't send... oh. Nice. And as you can see, that entire outpost hinges on 1 power pole. This won't come back to haunt us later, I promise. Yeah, you can't take this science and throw it. You need this science. In fact, if you're a new player, you shouldn't be anywhere near here. Or if your name is Muddlebox, you should be banned from here. This is no, not here. Not for you, thank you, sir, or madam. Go away, do something else. That area is far too big brain for you. So if you can't take this stuff, because that's not allowed, it's illegal, you'll go to jail. You have to go and build your own science, and I believe that that's what this outpost will be doing. They'll be building their own science and flooding the south with signs of an undetermined colour. Yeah. There's a Dark Moonstriker joined us. Welcome. This outpost, I mean, fire and pipes. It's interesting because they've made use of this large mix patch, but around them, surrounding them, are really strong copper and iron patches. So maybe their plan here is make use of this dead space by utilising the mix patch to build things, right? Just things. Get them all up and running. We're not doing science here, we're purely just like teching up. And then over time we'll then kind of start make use of these copper and iron patches, and then this area here potentially. Yeah, it's got to be kind of in and around this area. That's where our mixed builds, our late game builds will be placed. And I believe it's South's turn to gain a player. Anybody else? Looks like it's a strong no from everyone else. Okay. I don't think Eagle's coming in. So Tim's first pick, Soldier second. So yeah, Pavev coming in strong. Now the one thing you do want to take note is the thing that will kill you the most is not the bugs, it's these big worms that spit onto the ground. And these acid patches do stack. So over time, if you were to kind of bury yourself in and amongst the bugs and to be standing on top of these, you go down quick. You know, your health will drop and deteriorate quickly. So the idea is that over time, you upgrade your armor, you upgrade your weapon speed, and down the line you'll have defenders to help you out as well. But basic level 1 defenders late into the game do not do much for you. So you're deviating away from... Is Pavev gonna die? Does he have fish? Oh no, Pavev dead? We'll get back to that. No, he's doing a good job. He hopefully has enough fish. You need about 50 fish at the bare minimum because you will take a lot of damage. But yeah, you're deviating away from teching up into the tech tree by moving towards defenders. So each match, on average, in this difficulty mode, anywhere between 3 and probably 4.5 hours. I don't think we've had a game that's gone on for more than 4.5. Most of the players can reach a rocket or multiple rockets by the 3-hour mark. And then it's more a case of strategy, so how you've built your base and how well defended it is, and going from there. So a good game of strong players on either side can win a game within the 3-hour, 30-minute mark. Any longer than that, and people are holding on for too long, like they want multiple rockets, they want 10 rockets or 15 rockets, as opposed to 5 or 6 to break the opposition. So yeah, I'd say 3 is a really strong look. 4 and 5, a little bit slower. So yeah, feel free to dip in and out. These are protracted games, they do last a while. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people come in and out of the stream just to check in to see how we're going. I'll be here for the whole time, as always. As we can see, and you love to see it, the beginning, hopefully, of wall production. And they really need to be blue inserters. I normally don't give advice, but that needs to be blue for sure. You need walls faster than this. For this, mill side. As we only have a trickle of it coming in. Labs here, on north. I like this playlist. That's kind of solid. Okay, and for anybody that doesn't know, I'll say it now. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock Central European time, or 4 o'clock UK time, we are going to have the last game of the 1v1 tournament. Things ended slightly bumpily last week and we needed to call it early. Hey dude, I mean, I know you said that Will was burnt out, but, you know, can you imagine if... Again, you don't get to always play with the people that you know, but imagine if you were to bring someone in that's incredibly strong into this, that's played lots of Factorio but hasn't played Biter Battles before, or that has played Biter Battles but hasn't played the most modern version of it. Because there's different metas and builds. Later on we'll see a change of pace, and things will look a little different. At the moment things are quite even on both sides. We've done it before. We had a team of 12 play a team of 67. So effectively there were 12 speedrunners on the south. I think Simultus and Timinator and some Chrono and a couple of really well-known names in that speedrunning community. And we had 67 northern players. I have that game and I'm going to be uploading it to YouTube very soon. I'm just trying to work out the quickest way to upload stuff because it's quite a long process. But yeah, we've had challenges, and if people want to challenge the server, we're more than happy to make that happen, by the way, just so everybody knows. If you come up with a good idea and you go, do you know what, me and these 7 players want to challenge 20 or 30 of your best players, send me a message in Discord, send the admins a message in Discord, and we'll consider it. We've done it before. We like to make things fun, you know, all we want to do is have fun, and good luck to everyone involved. So, you know, it was an interesting game that. I think we've done 57 versus 7 was the smallest amount that we've ever played against. So anybody could have joined the 57, the northern team, and the 7 that were on south almost won. No spoilers, it's just a very close game, but honestly, those are the best ones to cast because it's just madness. It's chaos from the moment it starts to the moment it ends. Chaos. And I believe that some of the people that were involved in that were previous Biter Battles champions, players and teams. I think they grouped up to try and form one super team. And yeah, they played so fast, man. It's unreal. And if you get genuinely, like, I know a lot of the people that play here are friends, like Clutch and Pipes always play together. They're very strong players. But imagine if you had a genuine team of people whose only job in life is to, like, right, there's 10 of us, you 3 are doing this, you 4 are doing this, the rest of us are coming with me and we'll build defense. And then you just get into a server and just run the show. Literally, from the moment you land, you just run the show and you just blow everybody up. That would be impressive to see. Now, I'm like that. When I play and I join a team, I'm kind of that 10-man show that joins in and kills everyone. But nobody really wants to see that, you know, it's demoralizing. as we can see here. Finally, defenders. It'll take a while for these boxes to build up, but all you need is about 10 or 15 to begin with. And now we can really see North will begin to drive that number down, and we'll see here, we'll follow Pack for a little bit, or P-Man as I like to call them. Sorry. Throws out the defenders, 5 at a time to begin with. And you can see them just churning through. They do take damage and they can go down, but they work on a really interesting pathing pattern that I need to do a video on, because there are ways of getting the most out of these defenders. And if you just throw them out, then you can avoid them taking damage, but also focus them onto certain areas and certain targets by walking in certain patterns. And as you can see here, they're just ripping through these buildings here. And all Pack really needs to do is heal themselves up and throw the odd grenade out to pop any bugs that surround them, and these defenders will do all the heavy lifting. And as you can see now, yeah, we're at minus 2,000. This number will be minus 10,000 before you know it. And so the North, as long as Pack stays alive and continues to do this, constantly shoving the bugs back deeper into their own territory, deeper into like this line and maybe even further, is going to be doing a really solid job threat farming. Meanwhile, Pavev has yet to unlock those defenders, so they exist. They're just not being produced that quickly. As we can see now, these will slowly but surely be put into box. You could do that, but when you have to set the limit to 10 players on the captain join limit. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you were to take, let's say for instance, a team were to challenge us, a team of 10 of the strongest, they're friends, but they also play together, they're all speedrunners, or they're all strong players in their own right. You could say, look, we want to play all of you guys, but we only want to play against 30. 30 is the top limit, right? 10 versus 30, it's like for every one of us, there's 3 of you. So you need to organize 30 people from your server, from ranging from the best, strongest players to like your average normal players. So for instance, like if we take a look now, Ling is a very strong player, right? Fire is a strong player. T-Bucket is a strong player. Menander, Clutch again. Yeah, these guys, you'd want them also with some mid-tier players, like Carl. I think Carl's with us today, right? Here we go. So you'd want all of those strong players, and then you'd want Carl there as well to kind of learn and look at what a good player looks like, but also they wouldn't be like overly stacked. So you have some high MMR people, and then some mid-level MMR people. Like Banana. Banana's a really strong player, but I wouldn't put them in the top 10, right? I'd put them in the top 50, or maybe top 100 of our server. Maybe I'm being generous, maybe top 150. And that would be quite a good fun thing, so that not everybody, it's not like speedrunners versus speedrunners. And it looks to me like Abigail's play here has been get power and oil, and it's been quite a good run, and this is a lot of oil to be fair. And as long as you keep the threat farming up, which I believe they are, this won't be attacked out in the open. I'm worried though that having a big threat farm early game is great, but you need your main base players, these guys here, to be building up walls. You need to be building defenses around you. This cannot last forever. It feels great in the moment not being attacked and having a game where you just don't have to defend yourself, but over time not building defenses will kill you off, because when they become too strong for Pack to be able to do any damage to, or so many that the defenders can't rip through enough of them in time, you're going to have to drop back from this, and you're going to need some area to kind of be your front line. Banana is coming in. Everybody else just wants to chill and watch. That's absolutely fine. Okay. I mean, I'd like to think it's a good idea. You want flamers 100%, like every single game of this that you play. If it goes on for more than an hour and one team hasn't rushed or been rushed, flamers are the play. 100%. They're there for you from the middle of the game all the way to the very, very end of the game. When the bugs are so strong that they're breaking your walls down, there should be flamers firing on them. But obviously lasers too, but flamers are they're there for you all the way down. Roland, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. I hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, if you have any questions about what's going on, feel free to ask. More than happy to answer. My name's Ghosty. I am a player in this server. Some would say the strongest player. And in fact, no, most would say. In fact, all would say. But I like to referee games as well. So I'm currently refereeing this game. I'm stood over here in this little island, and we're watching the South versus the North. Old school versus may the Factorio God be with you. Some, I know at least one. And we've hit 20, there's 40 people. Think about this, guys and girls, people of the internet. On the 16th of December, 2023, on the small little server in the world of Factorio, there are 40 people, or thereabouts 40 people, fighting it out to see who is the best. And I really like that. That's kind of awesome to me. You know, all of these people know each other, they play with each other. You know, even some of the spectators would normally be in the game. And here we are, in the coldest part of the year. It's miserable outside. I don't know about you guys, but it's absolutely horrible. And we're just all here in one server having fun. And also everybody on stream joining me, thank you. It's nice that we have this small little community, and every single week we see strong games, strong plays. There's never one given team that's guaranteed that's won this, you know, like, they've got clutch, it's GG kind of thing. Oh, I'll still be streaming in the evening, definitely, man. And thank you for joining me, even if it is for 5 minutes. It really does help, you know. What I'm realizing now is that a lot of the stuff that's happening on Twitch, I'm getting recommended to other people. So my recommends are quite high, which is nice. Because it's not about me. Like, I know it sounds odd because I'm streaming and I'm the only one talking, but it's more about showing off. Oh, they have, yeah, GG easy. Oh, Kappa. This really is not about me. I'm not trying to build a big stream and get loads of subscribers or anything like that. Literally, it's the other way around. We're streaming because sometimes people in our community can't make these games, so we record them, we stream them, I'll referee the stream as well, and then anybody that's in Korea, for instance, or anybody that's in America that can't make these games because the time zones are a bit weird, they can watch them back, and they can still be part of our community, even if they can't be here with us today. So, yeah, even a small follow or a small watch, it really does help, because there might be somebody out there who wants to play a game like this, but doesn't know about this being here, doesn't know about this being a thing. So, and Ness, one of our 1v1 players. Yeah, we do so much more. We've had Industrial Revolution playthroughs, we've had space exploration playthroughs, another Death World. I mean, I'm down. It was a bit of a cluster when we did it last time. We barely got off the ground, but it was really good fun. And we had one with the bugs revolving, and there were like flamer bugs, and yeah. Basically, if you're a fan of Factorio, you should be here with us. Join the server, get involved, there's so much going on. It was horrible. Honestly, I would die, and then I would go and pick my body up, and then I would just get swarmed again. But it was fun. We had grappling guns, we had jetpacks, and so those servers will go up, and they will be run. So you'll see that there'll be like this main server here, there'll be the captain server, 1v1 server, we'll have space exploration, sometimes Crastorio we've played. It's just genuine people that like the game, you know, that just want to play with friends. We've all been there, right? Just on a side note, we've had friends of ours that like Factorio, we've started up a base, we've logged in for like 3 or 4 hours, and we've gotten ourselves to like some basic smelting, and then we've gotten like red and green signs, and then we all log off, and, you know, alright boys, I'll see you tomorrow, let's get back to this. And then nobody logs back in again. And then you're stuck with like the starter base, but you kind of want to play with your mates, but they're not coming back. Or maybe that's just me, I might be talking about past trauma here, but you know, we've all started up runs which never went anywhere. Whereas every single weekend, you can play with a whole team of people, and you're guaranteed to get to a rocket. Especially in these games, right? You're going to get to that late game, you're going to get to experience it. You know, if you just want to fight the bugs, then you can do that. If you want to be that main builder who's just like organizing and planning all of this and doing all the ratios and, you know, figuring out how all the logistics, you can do that. In fact, I welcome it. You know, I'm not a builder nerd. I like to let these builder nerds build their stuff. You know, crack on. And, you know, even if you're a new player and you don't know what's going on, you can build power. You know, this is easy. You know, I'll help you do that. There's so many people in the server that will kind of, you know, alright mate, you don't know what you're doing, that's fine. Come with me, but let's set up all the miners. You know, let's help, let's add something. So yeah, there's space for everyone. And there's not a lot of egos as well. That's the thing I like the most. I joke, by the way, about being the strongest player in the server and blah 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 blah. It's just a bit of fun. It's like an inside joke, right? But there's no particular domineering force of, oh, you got to watch out for that guy, or oh, don't talk to this guy, or oh, this person can be a bit toxic. Yes, you can have disagreements about the way that the game should go, but I don't see, or rarely do I see, like people having a go at each other or having a bad time. If you could figure, oh yeah, they did, didn't they? They like drag you around, and that was horrible. We should definitely do that another time. Holy crap, it's so much fun. In fact, maybe we should do everyone respects and fears me. Maybe we should try and do something near the New Year's. Friendly fire damage. It's a it's a shotgun of persuasion. I'm here to persuade my team that what they're doing is a terrible idea. But yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about starting something like that close to the New Year? I don't know if you're busy or if you've got the time, but it'd be nice to kind of play that around early January. You know, get our asses kicked. Timon wants to join. Absolutely. It looks like you're going to be going north, Timon, which is again. Yeah, because they don't last very long, those runs. I'd love to be able to play one all the way through to the very late game, but it's basically about survival. Yeah, I can imagine December being really busy. Unlike, you know, I don't have a lot of family like around, so a lot of my stuff is like Skype and voice calls and, you know, Discord calls and stuff, and, you know, there'll be one big dinner, but, oh dear, that is no bueno. But generally speaking, I've got a bit of time, which is why I love to host these events and referee them as well. I think I might play one more. I've got to get one more game in, so I'm 100% success rate at this game. I might throw down on the last... Oh, Raslington! Welcome! Oh, I'm looking forward to your game tomorrow, by the way. I hope you've had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I'm looking forward... How are you feeling about tomorrow's game? The final 1v1. Hello. Hello, Panto. Nice to have you here. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Hopefully you're staying warm. It's cold as balls where I'm at, so... Yeah, this is our weekly captain's game. We have 42 people in the server, which is awesome. Gonna smash it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. It's gonna be a good game. We were just talking about some of the modded stuff that we do, so although you see bite battles here... Oh yeah, we're in. I mean, I'm in, and I'm sure that most of the people in this server are. We're hosting this game earlier than normal so that everybody's free. So I'm gonna jostle us to an end game. If it looks like we're closing in on that start time, I might drop a few sends of my own as the admin to kind of push the evolution up a little bit. But yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, this is Bite Battles. It's a mod, or it's not a mod, sorry, it's a scenario that we set up where two teams play against each other. Whitelol, who's in chat at the moment, was just talking to us about setting up another Death World. So we do like to do like space exploration, we do like to do Industrial Revolution, K2, and other non-Bite Battle stuff as well. But ultimately we just like the game so much that we just like playing a lot of it. And a lot of the time it's against each other, because we really don't like it. No, we do like each other. But there are rivalries here, you know, there are people that like to win against certain people, so... Construction Bot Simulator. I mean, all I did last speedrun was place down power poles. That was literally, they were like, look, let's keep Ghosty well away from actually doing anything. We're just going to tell him to put power poles down and then we'll do the rest. And I actually enjoyed it. It was good fun. But yeah, for all of you that don't know, tomorrow, let me just double check the time. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock Central European time, the last game of the 3v3 of the 1v1 tournament, which is a best of 3, will be hosted tomorrow. That will be against Raslington. We'll be versing Clutch, who's currently in game at the moment, and it's a winner takes all. There's the cash prize for the winner, and it looks to me like there'll be another tournament in January where most of the referees have signed back up again. So we've had a little call between all the people that refereed the last couple of games, or the last tournament, sorry, and we've all agreed to put some time aside to host another big event where hopefully we'll see a few more players join, and we just do it all over again. I don't know, it's fun. Like, it's hard to explain this to somebody who doesn't know Factorio or doesn't really play it. I've certainly explained to my friends who play lots of Counter-Strike and lots of other games like the appeal of this, and they don't get it, and that's fine, you know, it's not for everyone. But for all of you that are here that do like this kind of thing, welcome. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, I'm currently refereeing Game of Rickmass. If you have any questions and you're new, and this is all a bit weird, like, why are they doing this, and what's this up here, and why are these guys not building stuff, and feel free to ask. There's different play styles, there's different roles that you can have in and amongst this game, and this is actually quite a key role, threat farming. It's kind of like a part of the meta at the moment, as well as outposting, bases out on the side. The main objective being, for anybody that hasn't seen this before or needs reminding, both teams have a rocket silo where If this gets attacked and blown up, you lose the game, and both sides have one. The map is equal in its geometry, so as you can see a copper patch here on the south, you have the equidistant copper patch on the north. So the geometry of the map is flipped, it's equal. So neither side has an inherent advantage, but your playstyle, your build philosophy, your research, everything that you do within the game, as well as the different players that you have, because different players have different roles and styles they like to play, dictate how your game will go. And as you can see on the north here, I believe the soldier is the northern captain, and the south have Timinator, who is a very strong player, kind of coordinating the south's effort to stave off loss. And we're into the mid-game here. The early game is denoted typically by your first two technology sciences, your red and your green. The moment you hit blue and military science, these grey jugs here, I deem that to be entering into the mid-game, and it looks to me like the south have done that. Let's head up to the north. And the north are slightly behind the curve here, you know, they're one science down. Now, you could say the south are at a bit of an advantage here, but with the threat farm, you know, with these outposters, you know, there's a lot of people power, player power out here. You can imagine this will slowly but surely ramp up into full production, and yeah, we're already seeing some purple. The potential for purple to go down. So let me dip real quickly into the research queue of the north, and let's see what they're aiming for. Okay, advanced oil, lubricant, electric engines, we're moving towards bots. We're slowly but surely moving towards bots, and I'm guessing from there we'll look at lasers. Meanwhile, in the south, we have... Okay. Alright, advanced material and production science. Could we be looking at a purple rush? I initially thought this base out here would have been... okay, that's interesting. I thought initially this was a rocket base. We might be looking... actually at purple span? Does that... Let's take a quick... Oh, sorry, I'm just going to do some internal maths real quick. So, building around about 1,000 purple science could leverage the threat farming out of north. At the moment, the bugs are very weak. You can kill them with bullets, you can kill them with grenades, you have defenders killing thousands of them at any given time. The way that you... minus 12k is a lot. I can imagine though, if they're allowed to continue, they'll try and get that number to the minus 100,000, or even better yet, minus 200,000, if there's enough people threat farming. The way that you counter this play, the way that you get rid of people threat farming, is if you cannot influence the negativity of the number, meaning that one large send will still keep them in the negative, is you make the bugs so strong that their resources don't go as far. So those defenders die faster, meaning they need to throw more of them. The bugs hit them harder, which means they need to heal more. And coincidentally, the grenades start to do no damage, which means they have one defensive option that doesn't work for you. And as we all know, in the very beginning, all you have is, yellow mags and a machine gun. Later on, you'll, unlock grenades, which are great for popping large groups of them. But when the threat and the evolution goes to like 30, 40, 50%, the bugs become stronger, these defenders will do less damage. Effectively, you need to kind of force the hand a little bit of the opposition team and stop them from doing these things, right? I do this often. This is like, I'm known as the Minister of Defense in this space because I love to do this. Throw a load of defenders out and just tear these things to pieces. If they're bigger and stronger, you can't rip them up fast enough, and then they'll start spawning into the positive because you can't kill them as fast as this. So it's an interesting one. I like to see it, but I believe this is short-lived. I can. I don't think anybody's joining, so I can do that. Just see how fast we load into the map. So yeah, interesting. I like the fact that here we have a mixed patch being utilised, a mixed patch being utilised, and I believe a third? No, only two. Okay, yeah, well if nobody volunteers, I'm happy to quickly dip in and out. Alright, okay, negatives. I'm gonna get negative here for a second. What don't I like about North? Defences are limp. I know you have deep threat, that's fine. And as we see, they're about to lose a threat farmer as well. Okay, interesting. Hopefully this player can join in. South's turn to pick first. So they're losing a threat farmer, which means they're down to 2 now, I believe, with somebody building a threat farm up north. Bortan might be going threat farmer. So yeah, if I'm north, if I'm looking at this in a negative way, I'm probably looking at the way that their base is orientated and just worried a little bit that they're so open from lots of different areas. If this was positive threat, they'd be putting defenses down. Because it's negative, they're not. But you should still be defensively minded, right? The bugs are coming. They are. And at the 1 hour and 30 mark, I like to try at the very least to get some stuff down. Like walls, for instance, flamers. Everlord really bulking out power here. Okay, a Neuro, yeah, absolutely devastating the bugs here. Minus 20,000 already on south. I mean, we're looking at a passive game, so I'm not going to be commentating too heavily, it doesn't look like, on stuff getting destroyed or bugs making runs. But I recommend this place, it's so much fun. If you're a new player and you don't know what to do and you see me in game, shoot me a message and we will come and do this. We will set a base up and I will show you the fun, the joy that it is to kill the thing that later on will absolutely smash you if you get anywhere near it, you know. At the moment, this is a zoo, and you're behind all of the bars and the cages and the walls, and you can kind of taunt the wild animals as much as you want. Don't do that, obviously, if you go to a zoo, that's kind of mean. But in this context, you're allowed to kind of give them a little bit of the middle finger and be like, yeah, look at this, I'm killing you all off. Later, these bugs are so strong. It is unreal how big they get, and how strong they get, that you cannot even stand anywhere near them before they one-tap you, even with strong armor. So you only have a small window of opportunity to do this, and how well you do it really dictates how the end game kind of is played out. Now they're producing at a relatively solid speed, so hopefully somebody up north does eventually pick up the mantle of threat farming. Otherwise we will start to see this. And ooh, you never know. Okay, so north loses their threat farmer, and we see the beginning of what looks like some pretty fruity spam. This could get nightmarish for the north. They're so wide open. They're so wide open here. There's no defenses down. There's no flamers. There's no walls. If Ascend goes across the way, a single wall will not defend them, and there's nothing behind this either. Are they building flamers at all? Someone got that in the on the cards. They might just about be able to kind of, as we see here, Outstanding is already looking at a long late game mixed build. These columns of buildings later will be fed resources and churn out late game items. They're copy and pastable, which means that you can have massive rows of these as long as you can feed them. Normally you'll have 5 to 6. Outstanding likes to go for like the 10 to 20 mark. It's ambitious. If it works, you can win the game. If you lose, it's because you're underfunding, underfeeding everything. But that's not a concern right now. We're not really into that late game. We've just hit the mid game, so we're looking at bots coming into play very soon, as well as kind of the base slowly but surely taking form. I really like this. Menander if he's managing to get nuclear power done here, then fair play, mate. That's a really strong play for your team. Any concrete production? Potentially, yeah, we could have a nuclear outpost. That's really nice. I only spotted this uranium out here earlier. Kinda wild. Little side quest. Not sure what the play is here. Everlord goes down. Is that our first death? That might be our first death of the game. GG's. Is everything paused? No. Uranium ammo. Oh, do you know what? If you ever play with a player called Bilbo Baggins, there will be some multi-kills later, I can guarantee it. But yeah, I'm on Team Biter today. I'm not on Team Human. So, biters are not... blueprints are not allowed, but you can build them in-game. So importing strings, no bueno. So a lot of these guys are building from memory. So this is Outstanding will take a minute or two out here into the wild, kind of organising what will later be a blueprint. So if you can build it in-game, you can use it, but you can't bring in a mega base from, another run. But again, if you've played a lot of this game, you kind of know what you're up to, if that makes sense. You know roughly, right, okay, at the 1 hour and 30 mark, I'm heading over to do this. You know, leave me alone, don't ask me for anything, let me crack on with this. And if we can get this up, then we're on to a win. Back to uranium ammo, sorry, I will get to your question, Mo. So the uranium ammo is incredibly strong, it's so good, right? And it can crit. It's one of the only, I think it's the only defensive item in the game that can crit the bosses. And later on, when the bugs become behemoth size and they end up with health bars, they need to be critted down. You need to chunk their health bar down quick. The only problem, and uranium ammo is definitely a good play if you can get there, and you can get that uranium processed. The towers are so weak. They're so weak. You need these to be so far back that they can't be touched. And that's the main problem I have, is that if there was a way of increasing your gun turrets to be stronger, not physically stronger, but like more health or more armor, then the uranium ammo would be a better play. But because they're so weak, like the bugs will just spit on them once and kill them, or hit them once and kill them. So I recommend trying that out in a normal game. So we have obviously this captain's game server where the captain will ask people to do certain roles and, you know, certain kind of jobs to do. But if you go into the main server, you could set yourself up, for instance, in a little area like this, as we can see Kanawar is. You could build up a small base and make uranium ammo out here for main base. You know, put a little train down and then build a little train line. Expedient, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate that. Oh, okay, big send. Oh, thank you, I hope you're having a good weekend. I always forget to say that when somebody follows and subscribes, but yeah, I really hope you guys are having a good weekend, and hopefully you're staying warm. As we can see, the first, oh, that's huge. Let's take a look. The way that you increase the strength of the bugs is you send science. You can either send the science or you can use it in your labs. So there's a little bit of you know, a mess around there in terms of, do you keep it, do you send it? People have different. And Mo, thank you again for the follow. I really do appreciate that. I'm just a small streamer at the moment, and I really do welcome it. It's really nice to see the support that we're getting on the tournaments that we're playing, and as well as some of these captain games too. So let's take a look. Clutch has made Clutch and his friends and people out in the outpost have made 514 purple science, and purple is the 5th tier of science that you can send. It being the 5th tier means it carries more weight. It does more damage when you send it. Sending one red jug is not as good as sending one green. It's not as good as sending one military, chemical, production, utility space. There are lists out there. People have done the maths as to how much it increases for. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. However, we see that by sending 500, it is added to the strength of the bugs, making them now 53% evolved. And there's 8,000 more of them now. Obviously, the threat farm has been strong on the north. But as I said earlier, these threat farmers like Sticklord are going to have to start killing off these blue bugs, which are big biters, right? So they've gone from small to big, or small to medium, sorry. And, oh no, they've gone to big because they're 50. So let me just quickly run you through this. Small bugs are brownie, sorry. Medium-sized are these pinkish salmon-coloured bugs, and big bugs are blue. There's only one size above that, which is behemoth, and they're green and they're massive. So we can see now, Clutch is starting to push the tempo a little bit. It's like if you're in a fight, if you're boxing, the fighter is starting to come and throw some knockout punches. We're not just tapping, we're not sparring, we're starting to have a bit more of an aggressive confrontation here. Alright, you guys are threat farming, I don't like this. So now it's going to take you more bullets, more defenders, potentially if you die. You know, we could see the threat going to the positive. So where are the North's defenses? Well, they just don't exist. Potentially a game-winning play there from Clutch. You know, let's not get to a rocket, let's hit them when they're least expecting to be hit. And yes, Stick can continue to threat farm, and yes, he can balance this number, but I don't think he can then drive it down into the minus, as we can see on south, 28,000. So really is now under the gun here, Sticklord. And you're now being dictated by how long you can stay here by, the research that you have. And I wonder, have they got shooting speed too? They kind of had some good shooting damage, it's not that great. Oh, XXER, Zer. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, we're seeing some different playstyles now. I'm worried. Neuro is having a free hit. Look how easy this is. It's just running. They're getting one tap, these defenders, and I think he's got 10 of them out. 15 at a push. You can just walk up to them, slap them, go, hey mate, you know, back in your box, get back here, you know, let's kill all these things off. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Meanwhile up north, I think you can threat farm till about 75-80%. You're really going to struggle. And another sense, just slowly cranking up the evolution. And as I hover over here, the evolution percentage denotes how strong the bugs are. And during different parts of the game, they will evolve from small to medium to big to behemoth. But as you can see, just under damage, you'll see revive. Later on, these bugs will have a chance to respawn and pop back up, as we can see the second death. Sticklord goes down. They're getting strong. They're overwhelming now. Cog's calling it. I'm thinking this is an early GG. If I'm up north now, and I'm the captain, my advice, or my concern, my strategy would be, I need my flamers down. Where are my flamers at? They're not being built. We need these to be finished fast. We need this yesterday. We need the wall, some wall, to go down yesterday. This will not survive. A single wall will not survive, right? It will hold them, but it won't keep them for too long. Again, these large biters are just taking far too many bullets to go down. And another death on the north. Potentially we can see now a game-winning play. Alright, this music's gotten really fruity. Sorry, let me just change this this playlist out, because I like, at the beginning this was good, but it's getting a bit fruity for my taste. I like a bit jazz, don't get me wrong. Not always though. I like a bit of drum bass. This one's done quite well actually. Also tell me if it's too loud or you can't hear it, let me know. I can't hear what you guys hear, so if it's way overwhelming, if it's all too loud, let me know and I'll pump it up. As you can tell, I'm not a particularly loud person, so I'm not exactly like a shoutcaster. Seems fine? Awesome. Good to know. So what we're looking at now, just to sum the game up, is the South are very much in control. They have pushed very deep and quickly as well into purple science, the 5th tier or the 5th strength of science that you can send. You could argue that you could put this into your labs. However, or after almost sending 1,000, they've made the North's game slightly unmanageable. The threat is now positive, which also means that not only the main base potentially can get attacked, it means these outposts can also get attacked as well. So I'm worried now that it's a little bit too late. We're at 1:30 now. I'd like to have a wall down at this point. It's good that there is one and that the bugs are being kind of focused onto that instead of just running directly down, but the time for threat farming is over. North has no wall chest. And that's what my main concern was. We have some really generous stone patches out here. We have some bricks, but we don't really have wall production. You know, we've been around for a while now, guys. We have stone and rock and stone. Hello, Toucan. How you doing, my dude? I think we're seeing an early GG here. Nobody produced wall, even though you have boxes with stone that can allow you to do that. The play now, surely, must be grab this and throw it into your refinery. And it's only now. No, hang on a minute. Thousands of walls have been produced. So somebody is holding that then. Surely. Are my eyes deceiving me? Am I delirious? Yeah, 1,500. 900. So you have enough walls. There is definitely somewhere here there is enough resources. Okay. That's bold. That's disastrous. So the play on the north has been to get to lasers quick, right? And that is clear as day now. There's no flamers that have gone down. But what's the point in having lasers if you have nothing to defend you? You need a wall to sit them behind. Otherwise, the bugs will run over and destroy very, very expensive lasers. Coincidentally, do they have the power for this? Because obviously every time they fire, they take from your power grid. Okay, I'm starting to see this now. So I wondered why they were building this large power block early on. This is kind of overkill for a base this size. So I'm guessing Ling's, or sorry, the soldiers' plan was to just get here as fast as possible. And then from there, yeah, I don't know, it can work. But you have to deal with this. How many people in main base have enough resources? Who has defenders on them? Grenades don't work against them this strong. Does Ling have the first laser or two on him? Oh, that's such a bold strategy. I don't know. I'm not sure about this. Yeah, you'll make more, but that's a lot of resources. Yeah, this is the standard play here. You'd normally have a wall with flamethrowers behind it. The fact that they haven't hit that, God, I'm worried now for North. I will check in on South, but alarm bells are ringing. You know, even, I mean, look at the South. They're protecting their oil. You know, this is how much they care about defense. They're managing to stick a wall down. And as you can see now, the flame turrets are slightly far behind the wall, recessed, so that they don't take damage first. If a wave were to come to this wall, then they would attack the wall first. And again, these are really cheap to replace. These, not so much. And as we saw just now, these lasers, very expensive. You're not going to have lots of them in this early part of the game. It's a good job they've gotten here. I have to commend them on getting lasers quick. But you have to defend yourself at all time. And is this the defensive line here? So far away from the base. In charge of North, sorry, crazy, I did see your message. In charge of North is the soldier. They're terrible without the. Honestly, I don't know why. I don't know. They're just. You may as well have flamers, right? Flamers are cheaper. And look at this. These bugs are coming. You know, what do you have to push them back? And they're all full health. Look, 2 really large waves here. What do you really have to stop them? Before you go down, there's just nothing. They haven't prioritized defense. Oh, nice to have you with us anyway, Lucas. Enjoy the rest of your day. We might be ending this sooner than I thought. As we can see now, marauding waves at 68% are going to start smashing up this defensive base. And now, when you don't need it, you needed this down before. Now we can see Flamer and Wall Blueprint go as the bugs are inches away. And again, you know, if they get to a point like this, or if they get on top of your silo, even at this early percentage, 60 is not that much. Oh, awesome, thank you. I'll check those DMs for sure, mate. Definitely will check them out. I need to enable link sharing in this. And here they are, they've arrived. They've arrived. I think North have really misplayed this. This is going to be a short game for sure. Too many people focusing way too deep into the game, and we are seeing now the North are infested, and there is nothing you can do. Does anybody have anything that can stop this? This is horrendous. This is not important now, you know, heading out to these mixed builds, you need all hands to the farm. You could even argue, if you're an outposter that's not committing anything at the moment, like Conwa for instance, I'd ask them to grenade themselves so they can get back here and defend. The game is over once this blows up, by the way, and this is a really, really precarious situation to be in right now. Like, I'm worried about this. These bugs are not dying that quick, and they're just left to cause having destruction now. With enough people involved, you can rebuff this, you can push this back, but I think we're into an early end here. This has been sloppy, I guess. Old school 1 versus noobs. What a terrible thing to say. There's enough people to stop this from happening, but again, like you said, the lasers have 1 upgrade on, they're not that strong. There's not many of them. You know, how do you defend? You need to kite. Okay, they have. You don't want to be in this spot. You don't want to be doing this. No, you need. Look at the. You don't come back. You can come back from this, but Jesus. The way that you don't end up in this position is that, yes, you have some threat farmers. Yes, you should expect to send. And if you expect to send, then yes, you need a defense, because that send will push the threat farmer out, away from what they're doing. The North now have some lasers. They have some lasers, they're all around the silo, and they've lost most of their main base. Whilst another send I did see just, you know, a couple of seconds ago popped across. Purple spam. Purple spam. Oh dear. And as we can see, some bosses are spawning. You'd have to imagine this is GG for the North. I don't want to call it fight to the death, but I'm very sad. Very sad right now watching lasers stare blankly at their opponents as they get taken out. As we were talking about before, you don't get a lot of time to really fight these guys on even terms, right? They get bigger, they get faster and nastier than you down the line. So the North have just somewhat slightly misplayed this. And the worry that I have is to build this back up is doable, but you know, the spam will only really continue. Friendly Fire's done it. He's done it. I mean, not just Friendly Fire, obviously. All of the South have managed to get us to this position, but yeah, Pavev the whole way through, just threat farming like a beast, like an absolute legend. Arco, yeah, you can play if you want. It's kind of GG's. But I would be shocked. I would be very surprised if the North managed to make it back from this. They're lucky, majoritively speaking, that their labs haven't been hit as hard as their main base. Losing this science, like all of the stuff that's in the labs, is actually kind of a big deal. The only way you can really counter this is by using capsules, really. I know, and that's the problem, is that you're so far behind that. The North will have chested another lot of science, and they'll send again, which means the bugs will be harder. And there are some non-negotiables, right? The way that this game is played, there are some non-negotiables. You must always defend, because you can build a big house of cards, right? But if one gust of wind blows it down, and you don't defend yourself against it, what was the point in building this in the first place? And I'm not trying to be defeatist here, but like, there's no point in having any of this if the thing that you needed was the cheapest item that you research at the very beginning of the game. You know, this needed to be here sooner. And when it's not here, you end up in positions like this. Most of the games that we've had this Christmas, this holiday period, have been fun. I feel like this is educational. You know, you can't skip steps. You know, you can't cheese your way to a free win. I think the South probably maybe noticed and scouted that there wasn't a lot of defensive effort going, and capsules will do the trick. I'm worried about the base that you need to rebuild effectively. So as you can see, they do go down eventually. But yeah, what do we think? Put your predictions in chat. I think this goes on for another 15 minutes. 15 might be generous. As we can see, power is all over the place. Yeah, unfortunate. Happens to the best of us though, right? It can happen to the best of us. It doesn't have to be necessarily that, you know, the North are worse players. They just, yeah. But it's why, and I kid you not, it's why I win games. I will be that person that will grab 1,000 walls, and I'll run with my tiny little spaghetti noodle legs, not very quickly, around my base, and I will build a wall. You know, I will do this around all of our infrastructure, and then I'll stick this down, and I'll put little pipes down. Do all the grunt work, so that you nerds, and you know who you are. Here's one, there's another one here. Can build the base in peace and quiet, whilst I wreck carnage, like Pavo has done this whole game on the bug. And yeah, there's far too many laser deaths here as well. We see 2 upgrades down, but yeah, this is over. It's really just a matter of time now. This is devastated on North. And well played to the South. You know, this wasn't a random send, and I believe it wasn't a random set of events that allowed these guys to go here. They had a clear plan, and yeah, they stuck to their plan. It's a shame that I hoped for a longer game, but I guess that means I'll have more time to play Path of Exile before the MMP speedrun. So I mean, wins, ups and downs, wins and losses. But it looked even. It looked close to even. A lot of people joining in the league. But at the end of the day, one team has to win, one team has to lose. There are no draws in this game mode. There's another 200 purple science tokens go across. The bugs get even stronger. We get even closer to seeing behemoths, although I don't think we'll see any behemoths. And yeah, the labs are decimated now. They're not doing a huge amount of research and there's not many on, so yeah, we're just going to see the slow, steady ravaging of North's base. They tried. I don't think they intentionally skipped out on building defences. Sometimes people say that they're going to do that job. I believe this could have been wall production very easily. In fact, yeah, this is your wall production right here. And bugs just, all of these stones should be turned into this, and that wall should be at least up here. So yeah, thanks for joining me this weekend, everyone. I'll be, and most of the people here, I believe, will be taking part in the speedrun, the MMP speedrun that Kobe and all of those guys run, and I hope to see a lot of you there. I'm not gonna stream it, I don't think. Like, I don't think that's something that you guys would want to watch, I guess. Maybe I might stream it, I don't know. But I'm definitely gonna take part. So you'll find me in Discord if you do too. And if you're on my team, hopefully you can help me build up the base. This will be the second time I've ever done it, so I am a scrub. I'm willing to commit to that, or concede to that. And yeah, the deaths are just rolling in now, as we see the lasers eventually, and this guy here with the big health bar. Stream it so we can pick at your port. Hey man, we're going for a world record today, I believe. I think that his name is the Spiffing Brit. He's quite a big streamer, and he's going to be involved in bringing a lot of people along. So, Spilzy, thank you for the follow. You're joining us at the very end of a game, at a point where I didn't think the game would end. So, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate that. And yeah, real shame. After this game is done, I'm gonna go and make some food. And yeah, maybe I'll stream the MMP speedrun. I might do it. Who knows? I don't know. But either way, GG's to the north, GG's to the south. Clutch with the purple send really did manage to get that going on. Oh, I don't have less. And yeah, they found an opportunity. They found an opening, and no, neither team built defensively. They want another game. Do we want to go again? Do we have time to go again? That's got to be the question. I'm happy to stay here. I thought this would be a much longer game, but the North have to realise that you can't do this again. You know what I mean? You can't have a repeat of this. Okay, I'll go one diff up and we go again. Okay, well, I'm happy to roll this again. So let's say, let me take a look. Okay, we're going to go for game 2. I think that's fair because it was such a quick game, this one. And the MMP speedrun, if I check real quickly on the Steel Active, then that's 8 o'clock tonight. Okay, and it's 4 now. Oh, that's kind of fine. But I'm in. We're going to do another game. And I'm happy to do another game, actually. Just flipping Christmas. Let's have a Christmas spirit. Ho ho, holly jolly. Oh, my face. Ooh. Right, I'm going to go and stretch for a second. The map's going to re-roll, and then we're going to pick teams again. Same captains. A double dose. Ooh, do I play? Should I play? Oh, I can referee and play at the same time. I mean, it's a bit of a juggling act, but do I play? Let's take a look at the map, and then maybe I'll go. I might jump in. I'm 100% win rate, mate. I'm not throwing that away today. If I'm playing, we're going hard. But it might not be that fun to watch because from here I can do the overview. I can look at, you know, what everybody's doing. If I'm playing, you'll only see what I see, which will be very boring, I think. We'll take a look. Let's have a look at what we have. When the map re-rolls, I'll take a look at what we have and see if there's potential for it. But it might be stacking though. The second horseman of Fighter Battles Apocalypse. That's not a very nice thing to say. Hey, it's my dictatorship here. Now I get banned if there's words and stuff I can't use until I get partner, which is a lot of more subs and all that jazz. I can't. Yeah, you understand, mate. You understand. Do I like the map? I kind of do. Does people want to re-roll? I like this. This is actually good. There's a lot of trees, obviously. Okay, let me set it up. Special game. If anything, we'll confirm. When we do the late joiners, I'll be able to jump into a game. You're not going to captain, my dude. HY. I don't think you know who the players in the server are that are strong. That's better. Let's take Ness and the soldier. They can captain. I don't know if this guy has more than like 2 or 3 games with us, so let's take a look. People still joining. Diff on this one. This. Okay, I'm gonna flip a coin. And heads for Ness, tails for the soldier. Tails, the soldier will pick first. And then we'll do late joiners as well. Captain misclick. Oh dear. Alright, let's go to config, admin vote, and we're going to put this onto easy. So, how do you play an easy game? Well, you need to kind of prioritize early game. You're not going to get past, I don't think, blue signs. So we're going to see some spam. Yeah, big speed run later. I believe that, I think I might be wrong here, but I think it's the Spiffing Brit is bringing a load of his viewership, his player base with him. But yeah, right, whilst we do the pick phase, because we're doing game 2, I'm just going to go and grab another glass of water and a cup of tea. Oh no, I'm going to make a coffee. So, be right back, 2 minutes. Feel free to go for a stretch and shake your legs out. The pick stage normally takes a while anyway, so yeah, I'll leave it in this view. And then you'll be able to see which players are jumping onto which team. Back in a second. Hello! Okay, we're back, and the teams have been picked. Alright, and Ness will get first pick as South had last one. So, again, we are on for a pretty solid amount of players, to be fair. Are we stacked? Dr. Claw. Just, there we go, the strats have been revealed. Green Rush. That is the way that you play this out, you know. It's a shame because there's not a lot of coal in main, actually, to be fair. Oil is relatively close. Okay. I'll give them 2 minutes to let themselves set up. Taking a look around the map, there's not a ton of coal in the initial starting area, but there's enough to get smelting up. This isn't the kind of game where you have lots of outposters. We're not going deep. The easy difficulty means we're looking at a green spam potentially. Both of these teams should know this. Alright, I'm going to put it out there. Both of these teams have experienced enough players on their team to recognise that you need to spam green early in this game mode. You want somebody threat farming, yes. But yeah, 1 minute to go, and we're up. It's weird because this would be a good game for like a longer game mode. Lots of lakes, lots of kind of defensive opportunities here in terms of building up your base, kind of covering off certain patches, but yeah. There's lots of new players in this though, I'm quite interested. So there's lots of people like Friosk, Canawar, you know, I'm wondering if these guys can add to the rush because you've got to kind of be really on the money. Really, really on the money. And we go for round 2. I'm excited. I don't think we're looking at a very quick game here. Oh, sorry, we are looking at a very quick game here. We're not looking at a very long one, so let's see who can deliver. What's going to happen is, main base will be built up. No, I can keep going, mate. Just go click the button. A lot of people just sitting and watching. That's fine. Here we go, north. Alright, and we're off. And as the numbers floating on our screens count down to 0 or 1. We're on for game 2. Have fun, good luck everyone. I know Nero's going to be AFK for a little bit, but so effectively what you need to do is get your smelting down early and get your maul early. Send somebody off to threat farm, but with the numbers that we can't have lots of people threat farming, right? You can only give 1 or 2 people that job. This stone patch is like a gift from heaven. Use all of it and start building bricks now. So if I'm a new player, let's say I'm this guy, I'm Frisok. Me and him, we are going to build all of this stone smelting, and we're going to make, we're going to make walls very early on. In fact, look, there we go. Okan's already put the little wall icon next to his name, and that's what he's going for. That's his aim. And yeah, this is a gift. Coppers, quite generous as well, really solid. The only thing I'm worried about slightly is coal here. Coal's a little bit grim, but I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. You could argue potentially you could get a little kind of spam base happening out here. I do like this. Now, green spam is the way that you go here, but then I would kind of take it one step further and ask a question like this. If both teams can defend up well enough early on, wall off your base and square away with possibly some flamers, I would go for military spam here 100%. If I'm joining Team South or Team North, I'm 100% looking at these mixed patches, like this for instance, or this, and I'm just going to make everything I could possibly do everything I possibly could to get to mill side and spam that. It's so much more impactful than green rush. But as per normal, as per usual, sorry, you're going to need power, you're going to need a maul, or do you just go full into the spam? Like game 1's kind of like one and done now, so do you just lean into the spam, not build up main base, and literally just make green signs? No research after that, straight there. Alright, whilst we start this game up, I'm going to have a sip of coffee and I'm going to check my Discord to see if anybody needs anything answered. Okay, I don't see any messages. About the admin channel. Oh, the wall producers, that's made the Hall of Fame. I think that's right. I like that, good post there. Okay, awesome. Right, back to the game. I mean, I'm not hating on that last game, but I'm certainly slightly disappointed that we didn't go any further than we did. Just a slight frustration of mine, but never mind. So, smelting has gone down. Moving from the east to the west, we have multiple lanes going down, and this initial wall is stuck down as well. If you're a new player and you don't know what to do, pull the wall up. Set it up a little further on, you know, give yourself some breathing space. Sometimes this stuff's in the way, and you need somebody to go and grab it early on. A bit of Burner City going on in the south. There doesn't seem to be an enormous presence on the south, in the south, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players here, with the Soldier being the most experienced next to Dr. Claw and Razgriz, with a few newer players as well. Interesting, and as you can see here, North are much more populous. They'll be able to get more stuff done, but there might be a lot of nothing happening, so lots of people just running around being busy for no reason. Meanwhile, on the south we have an outpost. An outpost? 3? This is wild. I'm really glad we ran a second game out, if I'm being completely honest. This is kind of cool. And again, if this goes on beyond the 1 hour and 30 mark, I will be shocked. Absolutely shocked. Is that true, Prox? Is that true? His goal in every captain's game is to end the game before anyone can get rocket made. The four horsemen of the apocalypse: stackers, stallers, the second one, stallers being the most important. Stallers, stackers, stallers, gridders, stealers. Don't stack the teams so that every one team has an inherent advantage because of the players being strong. It's like dipping out and letting people come in. Stalling the game where somebody builds fit, like last week was rough. Was it last week or the week after? Somebody saved 23 rockets. The game went on for an extra hour and a half. It could have just ended easily then, but whatever, you know. Gridders, people that play with the grid on, I genuinely believe just hate life. You know, I don't know how you can do it. It might be a speedrunning thing. And if anybody on here, in chat, sorry, plays with the grid, let me know. Why? Why do you hate yourself, you know? You shouldn't. You should try and love yourself a bit more. Why make life difficult? Life's hard enough as it is. Why would you play with the grid on? Who knows? Maybe I'll never know. Maybe it's such a high-level playstyle that I just can't comprehend, but it's already quite obvious what's going on, so you don't need a grid on top of your game to hurt your eyeball. In fact, what's the button to put the grid on? I don't even know. Is it like F10? I might turn it on briefly just to show you what we're talking about. I don't know if spectator mode can have it. And literally, I'm going to ask this and people will know what I mean. What's the grid button? Oh, I don't want to do it. Alt F4, get wrecked. Oh, okay, we'll turn it on. We'll turn it on for a second. Always near the bottom. Oh yeah. Grid. Oh, my face. I don't want to do this. Oh, my face. Oh, make it stop. How can you play like this? How? Oh, mate, come on, you're making me sick. Anybody out there that's watching this right now, going, what is going on? I will turn this off as soon as possible. But you get what I'm saying, right? How can you enjoy this? You've got to genuinely hate yourself to play like this. The grid would be nice. Yeah, if you could mess around with the but look at that. How could you play? It's so, the lines are so thick. Grid and biter pathing, absolutely not. No. Let's see if anybody wants to join in. I'm turning this off. I've had enough. Silly. Oh, and thank you, DTG Halla, for the follow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're having a good weekend. Hopefully you're staying warm. It's quite cold this time of year. I just demonstrated the third horseman of the apocalypse. We'll go through all four. Stackers, obviously. A pre-made team that stack onto one team just to win. Lame. Don't do that. Spread the love. Fight your friends sometimes, you know. Sometimes it's good to show off that you're better than everyone, especially your mates. By fighting them, going against them into the opposite team, beating them, and then typing in that very smug GG easy. Well, no, don't type the easy bit, but type in GG with a smiley face. And then remind them every time you log into Discord that you've whooped them in a game. Let them know. Let them know how superior you are to them. That's stackers. Stallers, people that could win the game, but don't. That obviously is the most grinding one. Gridders we just saw. Stealers, now that's something that we need to talk about. We need to have an honest conversation about Stealers, right? We've all been there. We're building stuff up, right? I'm at my laser outpost, I've got blue chips, I'm trying to build a rocket, and some guy who I've never seen before, probably with numbers names, you know, like 0151 blah, 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 you know, one of these names, like that, right? They just appear, teleport, almost instantly, right next to my most valued box in my base, and they take the things they didn't make. And that should be a rule in the server. You shall not take what thou don't make. And they steal your stuff, and then they're like, with 700 blue chips that they have no use for at all, other than the fact that they're like holding it, like an enraged manic toddler, take all of your best items and run them directly into the bugs and die. And then they log out. And they didn't mean to do it, but they don't know what's going on. So like an ecstatic toddler that's been given too much sugar, they just run over to you, go, oh, what's this? Cool stuff, and I can have it. Yoink. And the frustration I have is that they complain in the admin channel when they get grenaded. So if I'm by my rocket, I've built up a huge base, I've been in the game for 4 hours, right? 4 hours building with my friends, and being stressed but also trying to win the game, try-harding a bit. And some random numbers name comes up and takes my stuff. You're getting grenaded, mate. I don't know how much time I have to type to you not to take it before you run away with it. And then all of a sudden in the admin channel, in the support channel, numbers name person appeared. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying though? 700 late, put them down. Put them in a box. Spread them out. Spread the love. Don't just grab all the walls and never place them. Interestingly enough, on the north, in the game that we just played, that we just watched, there was a building that had made 1,500 walls, and another had made 900, and I couldn't find them. I couldn't see which player had them. Some individual person was walking around with North's defense in their pockets rather than it being on the ground, and that's not cool. You know? It was built for a reason. It has a purpose, and if you're not sure why something's sat in a box and not being used, there's a very good chance that you're not being told why. Like whoever's running the game has a plan for that. So yeah, if you see a box of red chips being stacked up to 500, 600, it's not from laziness. There's a genuine plan for that. So just leave it alone, let it be, go off and do something productive. And there's so many things that noobs can do, by the way. There's so many things that new players can do to help their team. You don't have to be big brain, and you don't have to have 9,000 IQ players. It's about what can add, what's additive, right? It's perfect. Great example as I'm talking about this. Everlord is very... No, I'm not going to take this out of Everlord. He's actually a bit of a legend. But Yeah, let's say Arco. He's quite new, you know, he likes playing the game, but he's not really ever gotten past, like, blue signs, for instance. He joins the game and everybody's doing stuff and he needs a job. And I'm the captain and I say, hey mate, can you help build power? Or can you help me build power? Come with me and I'll show you what to do. Do this. Build loads of this. We need this all the way through the game. You're going to need double this, maybe even triple this. So, yeah. I feel like as well it motivates the new players. Like, you'll get into a game, you'll give them an easy task they can obviously complete, and that helps them go, oh, that's great, I just helped my team out. We have, you know, triple power. What can I do now? And I'll go, come on, mate, let's go and do... Boom, let's go and get this sorted out. We need walls. And all of a sudden, you're producing the walls, you're sticking them down, and you and your new friend, who's new to the game, has accomplished 2 major tasks for their team. And if you don't ask, then you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, if a lot of these people sometimes, I guess they get into the game and they're just a bit clueless. Not for lack of understanding, but more of like maybe lack of confidence. Like, they don't want to ask because they don't want to point themselves out as being new. But I can tell you already exactly who the new players are in the server. We play enough with each other that we know who the kind of constant, for instance, Abigail Jail, Roytahan, Everlord Outstanding. If you see them in Discord all the time, there's a good chance they play a lot of the game. It doesn't mean that they're the best players of the game, but it means that they're constant, they're consistent. Clutch, for instance, the Soldier, we see these guys every week. Canawar, never seen him before. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy, or bad person, sorry. But might need a little bit of direction, you know. Okay, looks like the person who wanted to join doesn't want to join. I'm the captain now. So, that's my little rant over. There are more Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but we've gone through the 4 that kill games off faster than you like. Stackers, Stallers, Gridders, Stealers. Oh god, I hate Stealers so much. I don't like grenading people to death, but sometimes there is a language barrier, and the fastest way to get them to put down what they have is not to have a long and protracted conversation with them. It sounds kind of brutal, but a lot of the time this happens in the late game where you don't have time, or like 10 minutes talking to somebody about what they're doing is 10 minutes lost to your opposition, and in these very close games you can't afford that 10 minutes. It's unfortunate. I'd say if you can have a conversation, talk to people, but if it's really clutch and you just need that stuff that they've grabbed, I have no problem as an admin, and I have no problem as a referee you doing that, as long as you can justify it. So if I go, hang on a minute, somebody's just team killed somebody else, and I head over here and Number's name is on the ground lying face down, yeah, leave my team. Fantastic. It literally, I think there should be, and I have no idea how you implement this, but if you have a base, like for instance, let's say these guys out here, Timinator, Clutch, Tribal Thomas, Chrono, you can literally say, alright, these 4 are grouped together. If another player comes in, you have to be accepted into the group in order to build around here. If a new player runs here without talking to any of these people, starts building, starts pulling buildings up, then you all of a sudden get teleported all the way back to main. Right, the moment you pull a single building up. So if I'm like the leader of this outpost, let's say Timinator is the captain of this outpost, he has a little mini list similar to like groups, for instance, like this. I have people in like, you know, MCP, Wood Axe, etc. Right? If you're not on that list and you're here, the moment you touch something that's made by one of those players, you get teleported back. So the idea being that you run here and then you're added to the list because you're a known quantity. They're like, do you know what, mate? We need a 5th person. Frizz Sock is coming over, so we're going to add him to our list, and he's now allowed. But again, I don't know how you implement that. It's just an idea, but Stealers are really frustrating because a lot of the time it's somebody with good intentions. They're not here to grief, but they just don't know how to add. And if they're not adding anything, they're probably taking something away from you. They're stealing my time, they're stealing my energy, they're stealing my presence in the game because I have to stop what I'm doing, and that's normally something legendary. So yeah, yeah, don't steal. Don't take what you don't make. That should be a rule. In fact, you know what, that's actually great. Don't take what you didn't make. That's my line. I might have it as like a copy paste. As an admin, you know, the moment you see somebody running over to their blue chip. But there are ways of, you know, let's say for instance somebody does do that and it's super unfair, like somebody grabs all of your nuclear fuel and all of your reactors and runs into the bugs, dies, and then you can't get it back, right? Let's say they go so deep that you just can't retrieve it. I think it's fair as an admin to spawn that stuff back in, with the express intention that you don't go and pick up the stuff that's lost. You get it back, fair enough. You know, that person trolled you or griefed your team. It's unfair. You know, a 16-person team, one person can kind of unplug power and cause you pain. But generally speaking, yeah, just it's a team game, you know? And there's enough stuff out there fighting you, right? In game and life, like, why would you make it difficult? This is fun. And it is fun. Everyone's having fun, right? I'm having fun. We're on game 2. There's the MMP speedrun later. We have the conclusion to the 1v1 tournament tomorrow. I mean, there's so much going on, you know? So much going on. And for any of you that's here with me, thank you for joining. I do really appreciate it. It is a strange thing, casting games on your own. If anybody wants to join and help co-commentate, I'm more than happy to welcome to consider that as well. But if not, hopefully you don't mind the sound of my voice. The music isn't too aggressive and too loud. Okay. That spam has begun. It's only a small spam to begin with. I don't believe we're going to see mega throws. But if I'm on Team South, I'm looking pretty at the moment. Draydrin's got a little mixed build going on. Neuro is starting to set themselves up with power, and this seems to be the most developed outburst we can find. Meanwhile, the North have big ambition, and they will be able to spam harder with the larger production, but this is currently not up and running. You're not researching, there's no science. You know, you're getting attacked as well. Somehow there are turrets in the middle of your production lines. Chaos. But yeah, I don't imagine this goes on for very long. We're 27 minutes in. You can see little shuttle runs. The bugs again are very weak. You know, 3% strength. It's not that worrying to me. What is worrying is incredibly protracted. I mean, named Billy Smart. This doesn't look like very Billy Smart moves. And as we all know, and if we didn't, I'm happy to repeat so that we all do, one pump does not fill 100 boilers. 1 to 20, I believe, is the ratio. So you're going to need to find another water source. And Billy Smart currently is not doing the Billy Smart things, but I'm sure that down the line he'll recognise that he's having Billy wrong ideas and turn them into Billy right. Unlimited power! But hang on a minute, it's all down, but it's not working? But yeah, you never know. The North are taking their time to get up and running now. I'm slightly worried about this. It's ambitious, you've got all this smelting down, that's fantastic. Yeah, again, like when it all turns on, you're just not going to be able to feed. And the same cold, by the way, is also going through to your smelting. One thing I'm very happy about, and maybe this is off the back of the loss from last game, we are seeing super duper early stone production. And I would say that this is very important. You just get this done now. Don't leave it to later, don't leave it to somebody else, because they're not going to do it. It has to be you. If not now, then when? And if not you, then who? And if you can manage to do it, huge, by the way, huge. Do you have bullets? Is it over for the North already? I mean, kind of. Oh, they're getting blown up. Oh, that's good coffee. Ah, but that removes future me problems, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, that's something for me in 1 hour's time to be upset about, not something for me right now to be upset about. But they're in for a rude and painful surprise. Like at the moment, yeah, you can gun the bugs down, that's fine. You'll probably get a few grenades later too. But there's so many people in this northern main base. So many people. I know, do you know what's really frustrating me about today's game is that both sides have enough strong players, but this is ambitious and I believe it's a lot of work that's not going to pay off. I don't think these are going to come online fast enough for you. you're playing a long game in what is probably a shorter game time, right? So, 1 iron smelter, 1 copper smelter, and stone. That's it for now. And there we go, the first send of 400 and then 300. So all of a sudden, before wall production is even turned on, 20% bugs. Now they were barely maintaining fighting them off here now, as they were flooding in from this right and left hand side. It's going to get to a point where, yeah, that send is going to be coming at you now constantly. Oh, meeting log. And yeah, we've gone from 4.1 to 18.1. Timings. It's so important that you hit your timing. Exactly. It's just a bit too ambitious to imagine this is like a late game. We're not going to be here at the 2 hour mark. We're going to be here at the 1 hour and 10 to 1 hour and 30 watching one team get decimated. It's just the way it is. It's just the way these games go. And if you know that and you can identify that early, then you can work towards it. And so what South have done is look how slim and streamlined this is. Two lanes of smelting, mate. That's all you need. A little bit of power. This is great if you're going to play for like 10 hours. Not 10. If you're going to play for like 4 or 5 hours. Let's do late joining. I am not. But there are 2 very experienced players coming into the server. Very experienced, and Jason and Sticklord. So they could write this. I'm worried about these waves starting to flood down now, though, because after a while, these turrets really don't do any damage. I'm going to be honest, like they do barely anything. So South have kept it compact. Okay, yeah, they've got some issues, but they've kept it small. Meanwhile, the South, have just set up multiple spam outposts. This is all they want to do. There's not even a huge amount of smelting going on. This is all like Burner City stuff. Grab plates, throw them in. Grab plates, throw them in. And it's because Clutch has seen this before. Timinator has seen this before. Ultimately, do North have anything like this? So yeah, it feels to me slightly tone deaf to the game mode. Again, if you have grenades, this isn't an issue. If you don't have grenades, this is a slight issue. Because again, it's these acid pools that drop, and on a different difficulty level, like easy, it's not something we play often, really, for these captains games. You're not afforded the time. Yeah, I agree, Fire, I agree. I think it's just a mismanaged plan. Too many people in North building too big, and not enough people on these outskirts. Combine Dradrian and Nero together, right? Put them together, and you have double what you have now. But as we can see, as the beginnings of signs begin to tick into labs, does Outstanding have grenades? Can he fight these back? Or are you about to lose belts and belts and belts worth of signs? I know we're focusing a lot on North. We will look onto South as well, but I just feel like that's 2 games, and Outstanding is rocking the pistol, it looks like, as well. Not a big issue now. Slightly worrying, but not a big issue. However, when these come online, very big issue indeed. And that's all it has to be. For any of you that want to take a screenshot, I would recommend doing it now. This is absolutely fine down here or over here. This setup here is absolutely fine for spam. It requires minimum input from you. Just fill up with a couple of plates, and you can sack it off and go and do something else. As you can see, they're already great getting a few hundred green signs, so hit that print screen button, go into MS Paint, chop it up, and here we go. This is green spam. For any of you that didn't already know, but I already imagine that you all do. Okay, this looks to be another spam outpost as well, that's far ahead. Now, don't get me wrong, if the North were to send to the South, we need steel first. Well, that's down South, that's fine. And again, at this game mode, they're a lot more aggressive, so we didn't see them at this 34-minute mark being as aggressive as they are. Yeah, every send that you send across does more, effectively. It gives you more. Whereas here, it's only 75% effective. I think in Piece of Cake it's 50, and in I'm Too Young to Die it's 35% effectiveness. But you don't want to be in this spot, let's be honest. They do have walls. It's slow. I'd argue a couple of blue inserters might speed you up a bit here, boys, but it's just my opinion. I'm not going to tell you how to play. yeah, plus 17% Evo is pretty wild at this point. You know, you don't really have anything to your disposal. Just Bob here looking to set up another copy-paste blueprint. Yeah, they've hit the timings. They've just hit the timings better. Oh, and another almost 500 send. 2 quick games today, it looks like. So these turrets will slowly but surely become overwhelmed. The silo is already getting a little bit of damage put onto it. And try as you might, Everlord, and it is a gallant defense that you're putting on here. We built too big. We couldn't fuel what we built. We prioritized walls early, I like that. But how fast did signs come up? Not that fast, let's be honest. Okay, Space Dog, you can join. Nope, I'm okay. Am I lagging? You will be going up north then, my dude. Unfortunately. Or fortunately, maybe he'll be the saviour that they need. That's some good coffee, holy shit. I need that. Ugh. I need to be alert. We're doing 3 runs apparently later on MMP. They're going to go 3 attempts, that's enough. I'll try and be there for all 3. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, if I join North then it's, you know, we win, but I think what's happened here is experienced Southern players, they've just grabbed it. They've gone, oh, easy game, okay, we don't need to do anything particularly special. Find a spot, build this, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. And that's the brutal beauty of this game mode. Ultimately really falls down to reading the situation. Sometimes your timings, how well you hit certain timings, dictates how well you do. And those timings sometimes are a matter of minutes. Not the not half an hour where it's like, alright, they got there first, but we're kind of just behind. Where's Nero? He's out here, isn't he? Oh no. Savaged. That is savaged, isn't it? Stuck in a corner with your back against the trees, shotgunning the bugs one by one as your base slowly but surely gets munched. Oh, look at how they massacred my boy. Terrible. He will go again. He will rebuild. Stronger, hopefully. But we do see these waves cascading down now onto the north, and you know, a couple of decent. I mean, these will chip away at the bugs. You know, 25%. They're still not that strong. They're coming in waves, but they're still, you know, killable. As I change the music. Let's do... Oh, adverts, please, YouTube. Why do you give me adverts? Does anybody know of a good ad blocker, by the way? It's like full like depth, full seriousness. I hate some of the adverts I get. I'm never buying these products. I have no interest in the stuff that's being advertised to me. I don't know why. Do you know, I had it... I shouldn't probably say this. I had incontinence. I don't know how the hell that popped up. Incontinence adverts, like tenor for men. And, oh god, no thanks. No thanks. Oh yeah, it's a different browser, right? Different browser. Because the thing I don't want to do is lose my YouTube channel, because I believe that if you watch like 3 videos or something, then they'll delete your account. Based on my Google search. How very dare you? Absolutely not. It's probably looked at some of the stuff that I do. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, maybe it's got me dead to rights. I might go to the doctors next time. Like, sorry mate, but you know, think you need help. I'm not that old. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm worried though, because I've got a lot of content on my thing, like personal projects, films I've made, and some animations I've done, and I just don't want to lose that. You know, I've got backups of it, but every now and again, you know, I'll sit and watch it. You know, remember some of the projects I've been involved with. It's nice, a little trip down memory lane, you know. And plus, I made it, right? So, oh, here we go. Some 1v1 defense. That's nice. A bit of an adaptation there. Yeah, I know what you mean. I should make a second account. I have a second account for the... So for anybody that doesn't know, I have changed. I'll do this now actually whilst we have a bit of a lull in the game, as we see North, getting slightly smashed up, but they should survive. I have a second. So a lot of you will have known about my old YouTube account. I've got a new one now, and it's mostly because it's easier to get stuff from Twitch onto here. So let me just put a quick link. Here we go. And I got a bit of feedback about the music being too loud. Absolutely fine. I will work on that too, and mess around with the levels and all that good stuff. But if you head to this channel now, all of the old videos that we used to have are going to be put up there, and I'm also going to move the 1v1 tournament videos onto there as well. So I'm in the process of uploading all the content back up, and the reason being, and I can explain it a bit better now, is I can take my Twitch stream and I can cut it up directly in there, rather than downloading the stream and then re-uploading. It's so much quicker, it's so much faster, so I can get the content that you guys enjoy watching, like these games back, up to you much faster. And I've got some projects on the go as well. I've made a couple of educational videos about this game mode, because being the legend I am, I actually know quite a lot about this stuff. Not all of it, but most of it, or at least the important stuff. So I like to help new players in-game when I do play, and I'm going to create a little educational series going through everything. From the moment that you land here, how you play 1v1, how you play main base, how you play team games, what a captain's game is, what an outpost does, all that stuff, and I'm going to kind of populate that onto that channel as well. So if you're a new player, or you're not too sure what's going on, or you'd like to learn a little bit more about this, then I'm going to do these very short videos, 2 to 3 minutes each, just explaining simple concepts. Why would you spam in an easy game? Why is this happening? Why aren't they looking to get blue signs? Where's their, why aren't they looking to build a big base? Well, there's a reason for this. There's a reason for everything. As we see now, 30% on the North. It's going to get tricky from here. 100%. Yeah. It's an interesting balance, But if anybody else wants to stream this stuff, I'd be more than happy. StarCraft is my jam. Holy shit. Brood War, yes please. Zergarush, ending a game in 9 minutes, yes please. Running into the resource line and killing off all the workers and watching them rage quit, that's absolutely fine with me. Yeah, huge StarCraft fan, man. Absolutely massive StarCraft fan. The cinematics and story alone are worth getting yourself involved, but I wasn't a huge fan of StarCraft 2, am I allowed to say that? Any South coverage? Well, there's nothing happening. I mean, I could watch spam. Oh no, they're getting some attacks. Let's watch a bit of this. Full pool, yes, that's what we like to see. A man of culture, full pool ZVZ. But oh god, I love those games. Brood War especially was fantastic. StarCraft 2, it was okay. I didn't hate it. It was a modernized version. It looked better. I didn't really get massively involved. I think I hit GM or Masters or GM, and I just was like, I don't know. Didn't have time for it at the time as well. I had a pretty busy job, so 3 pumps. Oh dear. Do you know what I liked about StarCraft 2? Was the custom game modes. They had some really cool custom games, like wave defense and all the rest of it. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, do you know what? I might give it a go. Although there's so many good games out at the moment. What am I playing? There's that pirate one I want to check out. The problem that I have with it, right, is that if I go back and play, it might not be as fun as I remember it to be. And it's a bit of a cherished memory of mine. So I don't want to spoil that by experiencing it and going, oh, actually, this looks kind of shit. Like, I've got good memories, so I'd maybe just keep them where they are, and then just play a bit of StarCraft 2 every now and again. Oh, I might do it. But only Zerg. I don't want to be Terran. I hate them so much. Tank Rush. Yeah, get wrecked. Protoss. I'm not that edgy. I'm not that edgy in real life. I can't play Protoss. The people that play Protoss are probably the same people that play Tau in Warhammer. I haven't got any time for it. Edgelords, a lot of them. As we see Northern Silo completely exposed, an egregious amount of bugs are moving towards them. They have been caught by Overlord. Waterhand coming in for a bit of defensive help too with the Rooted. And we can see some grenades going down, blowing them up. They're making it in though, they're making it deep. Space Dog being chased away. Does he have any grenades with him? As he groups them up, the spitters, he needs to avoid the acid pools. A grenade will take down half the wave. Does he have another grenade? Come on, Space Dog. I want you to survive this. Don't get trapped on rocks, don't get trapped on trees. Kite them backwards. Ah, Cryout coming with some clutch saving right there. Good stuff, that's good defense. That's teamwork, that. Oh, they're looking for flamers. Really? You're gonna need them, but... okay. I mean, green spam doesn't go out of fashion, really. We need to hit the 2-hour mark before green spam goes out of fashion, and I don't think you survive that. Let's take a look at their wall production. Is it going anywhere? Not really. Oh, it's because it's where the bugs are coming in, so they're just spamming their own buildings. Oh, that's grim. They don't have coal for this. I mean, Billy Smart is making Billy Smart plays. Does anybody know Billy Smart, by the way? I don't think I've seen this guy before. So, like, yeah, conceptually speaking, this is not a bad idea. And if you're with us, Billy Smart, please don't think I'm throwing shade at you, but this, yeah, once everything turns on, this is not enough. It already isn't enough. So yeah, North are currently under the pump at the moment. The outpost, Nura has managed to rebuild. He has Sticklord with him as well. I'm not sure exactly what they're going for here. 50 mil and they have Flamers unlocked in a 47-minute game. If they can hit that timing, not too bad, they may survive. The wall needs to go up. They need a wall. See here, just a little wall, a barrier, a buffer away from the pain. You're building power for last there, that's good. I like that. Hey, do you remember all those lasers we built and sacrificed? Yeah, this is a... or snacrificed, because they ended up getting eaten, but I think this play is pretty underrated. The furnace spam, you know, you could take a book out of like Anti-Elite's and Raslington's book and just do a huge spam of this everywhere. Force the bugs to break up. They're cheap to build, they're easy to make, and yeah, you can literally handcraft hundreds of them. And then you have like a fake wall, but it kind of works. Yeah. Ooh, the South have had a little bit of pain put on them. There has been a spam outpost that's gone down. I mean, they're relatively safe, the South. They've increased their production for sure, and they have steel now. They're moving towards what looks like flames as well. The game is going deep for an easy game. I'm going to be honest, I didn't expect them to get to this point and one side not be completely on fire. So the North have managed this, but they are losing things. Radrian's outpost. There we go, we've seen this often. Radrian's outpost dies, Radrian leaves the game, they go down a player, and all of this effort and energy is lost. Meanwhile, there are waves coming in here, and military science looks to be being built. But we will have to catch the wave. The wave that killed off Radrian's base will be here somewhere. Maybe this is them. Fair enough though, the North aren't giving up. And they're pushing to mill. And, oh, let's take a look at research trees actually, I haven't really gone there yet. Okay, plastics and flamer for the South. And the North are one step ahead. They just need that mill sign. Okay. I don't hate this. This is actually quite good. An adaptation. As another 1,378 green science jugs goes across the North. They're flickering around the 40% in mutagen. So yeah, the sends are big, the increases are small, but it could be enough to just overwhelm. When naked, you die to 8 self-nades. Wearing light armor, you die to 10 self-nades. Heavy armor, you can survive with 25 nades. So armor doubles your health. Ah. Well done. I didn't know that. Alright, let's see Billy Smart's power block. Somehow it has enough water. This shouldn't work. The idea being you put 20 down, then you just put another pump here, connect. But okay, Billy Smart, well done. Well played. In fact, let me look him up real quick. Sorry, I've got a second to do this. I just want to have a look at this guy's stats. He might have played hundreds of games, so I don't want to be bagging on people at all. But Billy Smart has 7 games with us. Won 2, lost 5. That is a shame. You never know. Today could be loss number 6, potentially. 7 games, 5 losses, yeah. So this could be loss number 6. Although I don't think captain's games count to your overall stats. We see here now. Oh no, Space Dog, another. Space Dog is just getting hammered at the moment. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. I've been here before. Someone's asked you to fulfill a job. We need X, Y, Z to come back into the base. You know, we need to go and grab all that coal, or we need to grab all that. And then as you go through, you're in your tiny little... there's a website tracking all the stats. The shame of it is, though, that website only went up recently, right? So it has like 20 games in total there. It doesn't have all of the games I captained, which is a real frustration because I'd love to see the numbers of that. But I think in total I've got 6 wins as a captain, but it only has me playing 1 game because it's a recent event. However, 2024 is going to be my year. Yeah, great shout. That's the captain's website. Billy Smart has looted my body. Okay. That's not a very smart thing to do. Just ask him to drop it in a box. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be looting each other's bodies, to be fair, but if you can just build a box and stick all the stuff down, then no harm, no foul, right? But I feel like Roytan's about to grenade Billy Smart to death. Don't do that, Roytan, you're better than that, mate. Murder him. Oh dear. There's bigger things to... And again, we were talking about time sinks, right? Stealers, you're stealing my time. You took my body, you took my stuff, and now you're taking my attention. These 2 people right here aren't recognising this as they solve a dispute over some simple items. Meanwhile, inside the base, we are getting absolutely swarmed. Is he going to make it in time to the... Oh, goes down. It's not untenable at all. Yeah, you need to ask him for your stuff back then. Or, don't argue, go and do this. Look, Arco's getting murdered as you follow Billy Smart around. Go and fight the bugs. Bring the bugs to him. Let him understand. Look, we're flooded at the moment, mate. Billy Smart, why are you such a controversial character? Why can't you play along? What does he have of yours that's so important? Okay. If he has your stuff, fine. But, like, figure it out quick. Like, let's look on the south. Is there any pain? No pain, no gain. Oh, another wave. Can Ruid defend? He can, yes he can. Great defense there. Minimal amount of grenades being used. Downing them all, finishing off the weak ones with the gun. Really efficient play, love to see it. Five flamers and counting for the north, okay. Do they have the oil though? That's the thing. Because, I mean, yeah, it's close. You can go and get that. They have flamers, you need to plug them in though. Is there anything, like a couple of dots of oil? Run out here, grab this, come back. Flamers across the way. They might be able to survive this. Oh, here we go. First couple of bits of oil going down. Ruhid making plays. I like it. I haven't seen a lot of Ruhid, to be fair. I've seen bits and pieces, but seems to be a relatively decent player. Knows what to do, you know. Good understanding of the game. And again, you don't want to be dropping those grenades directly on top of yourself. What he doesn't have at the moment, it looks like, is health healing items. And he might go down. Go on, mate. Survive. Survive. And he does it nice. So you find those healing items in the river. There. Fish. Taking 1 fish out of the ocean gives you 5 healing items. You stick them on your hotbar like this. When you get attacked, you click on them, and then you left click and you heal yourself. As we see, Rohit's going fishing. You can also send them across the way to scout. If I was him, I'd eat them very quickly, and you can see his health is going to slowly but surely increase as he eats his fish. Right, we have flamers. I'm gonna. I don't need to actually. Meanwhile, on south, we have green spam. I mean, are they? What happens if the green spam kind of outlives itself? What happens if the north begin to send military sign and the south's number go up to 50, 60, 70%? Lots of what ifs, but they are under a little bit of pressure here, the south. You spam more, you spam back. Green eggs and spam. That is good coffee, holy shit. Oh. And Cog is sending again. 25%, a few grenades should do the trick, although if you stand in that acid too long, my man, you're gonna go down. I'm quite confident. If the north can square their wall away, if the wall can square some level of the... Even this is fine, right? Not ideal, but it's fine for now. You're dealing with 42% bogs. Get this down, get your flamers down, right? You then won't be dealing with this as much, to the point where you can then get your walls down. And they have walls being built, somebody has walls on them. But yeah, these waves are vast. And again, who's reacting to this? You know, who's pinging this out? If I'm on north, I'm pinging this hard. Like, I need people to spot this with me. I need to be a team to defend this. You know, this needs to be a double act or a trio. Oh, Nero's gone down again. Oh, here we go. Everlord's gone down. It's up to Space Dog. The wave's about half as big. I'm a big fan of mill spam. Maybe not in easy games though, but they can certainly do a bit of damage. And Neuro's outpost. Oh. Press F to pay respects. They're getting handled. Meanwhile, in the south though, there are some bugs and they are causing some issues. So both sides are having relatively different problems of a different magnitude, but they are the same. I mean, these guys are walking in full waves, full waves, full health, and it's a real shame because we have flamers. We just don't have oil. We have nothing to put in them. Oh dear, this is terrible for them. They need grenades fast. Oh no, and he's down. They're so close. They're so close. I would just dump as many grenades onto this as possible. Survive. Prolong the game. Long it out. Can someone gift me a sub? I mean, if somebody's got their free... Well, what is it? Twitch Prime? Is it Twitch Prime? That you get a free sub every month. If you've got one spare, feel free to gift it to... If you don't know, Mathieu Bonobo is actually Ragnarok... Ragnarok in game? Yeah, but this Ragnarok, not that Ragnar. A long-term admin and player of the game. If not, mate, I'll figure out how I can gift you one after this. I think I've got a free Twitch, a free Amazon Prime sub. But it's because you want access to this, isn't it? Yes, very good emote. I need to work on that stuff. I need to have some more rewards and all that jazz, now that we're picking up the pace a little bit. You don't want that? Wow. You'd have access to it at the very least. I'm going to add some more as well. I hit a milestone which allows me to add a few more bits and pieces in, so you get more rewards, more badges and all that jazz. So, also things like custom emotes and channel points where you can spend them on different bits and pieces. North, however, stabilizing, I think. You know, this is providing some level of protection now. They're still getting through, but if you were here and you had a grenade, you could dump a couple of grenades on top of that and start to weaken the wave. So for instance here, Space Dog hopefully has a few on him, and there you go, bang bang bang. You lose some really cheap furnaces, you survive, and they don't come through. And Where is the oil? Where's the oil? Hello? It's being pumped. Oh yeah, he's alright. So Ruhid is creating a channel here. Yeah, making a channel through the trees, and you hope that he's got ideas for walls go down, for there to be, flamers going down at the same time. South are somewhat defended by a wall. I mean, it doesn't look like they're pushing their base out too far. It's going to be like compact, this build. He's still dealing with problems though, like the soldier still needs to kind of recognise that there are some issues here. You can lose production if you're not fast enough. And again, if you don't have enough healing on you, you could also go down. You go down, it's on your kind of partner here, Okan, to help you. Spam is being infested, the game is beginning to kind of accelerate a little bit now. We're at the 1 hour mark, so sending was more effective as well. Everybody's got problems. Everything's on fire, and I love it. Is there anybody who wants to join? I'll just throw this out there, just in case there is somebody that wants to jump in. But I think this is now like the North are in control. They're not spamming for sure, but they're certainly kind of defining their lines of attack, and here we go. This is huge. If they can get this stuff down, and also transition to a solid defense, a solid wall. But it's, oh god. Surround this with a wall, stick flamers down, keep this alive. Like, you could even put flamers on this oil pipe, and then just chuck a wall around it, and keep yourself safe. Yeah. It's nice to see them doing this, for sure. I think they might have gotten a handle on it though. They just need to be smart about this kind of, there's like always a gooey phase in between defending where you're slightly good on one front, but other fronts are still weak and soft. So you still have this to do, Travel Thomas goes down, that's on the south. Ooh, the spam base is under pressure. You'd love to see it. Okay. They survive, and yeah, grab this oil, mate. Now, like, not tomorrow, now, plug it all in. Let it help you, like, let it work for you. You're currently kind of, you've got all the tools necessary, including even just a 1 thick wall. The best thing you can do for yourself in this current moment in time is at least have 1 or 2 of these things on and working, right? Whatever happened to Billy Smart? Is he still here with us? Oh, Billy Smart left. What a massive, massive power plant. Everlord's fighting for his life at the moment. They must have grenade upgrades. In fact, that's something we'll take a look at as well. I think they've gone deep into their grenade upgrades here, in terms of not just your initial 1 tier of Billy got bullied. Billy grave robbed though. No, you shouldn't be taking people's stuff. Good defense from Everlord here. Meanwhile in the south, Tribal Thomas encountering some jungle bugs. Oh, he goes down, that sucks. And the southern spam outpost is getting hammered, holy crap. They've upgraded to Assembler 2s, which is fine, but this is an all-in play from them. They're not going to go any further than green spam, so... Yeah, god, that hurts my eyes looking at that. And yeah, Tribal Thomas goes down. This spam base, is it spam base? That's True Skelly. They're not ready at all. They're kind of like... My frustration is, and again, this is why Billy Smart didn't play well here. This is so long, this power plant, that you have to now draw a line over this mixed ore patch and down in order to defend. So if South had North's level, they would be, although they look like they're getting their shit together. This, even though it's 1 thick, is a wall of some description. He should have labelled himself Billy Genius. Hey man, if I had Billy Genius in my team, I'd be a very happy man. There you go, here we go, a little bit of 1v1 defense. Spam out the stone furnaces, and then throw out a couple of nades, spice things up. Now, are these on? Finally, they're on. Okay, we're happy with that for now, right? Yeah, they must have upgrades, I'm sure. But they're only really defended here, right? You need to draw a line at one point. You need to kind of pull the sides of your base down. And I worry. Although they're doing well though, they haven't given up. I mean, there was a point where their base was so flooded, I genuinely thought this is it. There's no way they come back from this. So let's take a look at their research real quick. They're going into another upgrade on the flamers, refined flammable, that's nice. Into blue time, so they're trying to tech into level 4. Meanwhile, 50% as well, yeah, that's big. Here, fine. Here, worried. I would have happily here drawn a line down this area and then just walled off here, but you have this enormous power plant you have to protect. So I would, yeah, and coincidentally here, I would have just drawn a line, keep it tight, keep it small for now. Later on, if you get to bots, you have, yeah, I have to run them, my dude. I was running not enough, which meant that more people were getting more. Apparently, if I do it this way, everybody overall gets less. But I've already said, whatever money I make on ads and stuff, I'm just going to donate it. Oh dear, is this a blind spot? This is a blind spot they're in. And they're taking some damage, the silo. I have a tool. Yes, I do have a drawing tool. Now I do. I just need to learn how to use it. So it requires a little, I need to like make a green screen and then drop that into chroma key, etc. I do have drawing tools now. And when I do the educational videos, I'm able to draw on the screen and show pathing, build types and stuff. So yes, the long answer to that is yes, I do have drawing tools. I just need to go on a bit of a tutorial binge on YouTube about how to actually use them. Oh, Kajito suggesting things. Okay, so the idea of the initial flamer wall is going down. Flamers are down, but some of them are going down in terms of getting blown up. You need to get onto this, mate. This is not good for you. There we go, nice. But remember, like, pipes can be replaced. North's power? Oh no! Can we get an F in chat for Billy Geniuses? No, this is a good thing. In many ways, this is good because they're making it smaller, so you have less to defend. I mean, let's be honest, this power is not for a base this size, right? If you just cut this off here, this power block's fine. Just build this above itself. Do you know what I mean? If you want big power, it doesn't need to be long. Long power is long, right? Cut this belt, cut all this off, pull all this up, keep it in the inventory, and when you need more power, take it down here, right? I like this though, this is a bit more chaotic. We might need to play on easy mode a bit more often, and then just do 2 games. Girth, yes, Skelly, very good point. Girth does beat length every time. You know, nobody wants a little spaghetti noodle wall. You need a big, thick, chunky one. And again, yeah, just spreading yourself out a bit too thin here. Although I like where North's at, I do. I would want a wall on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, the South are keeping it really close. In the initial wall anyway, this secondary wall is coming up in a nice spot. And there you go, picking 2 lakes to build between, much like on the South. Another wave of coming for Billy Smart's power. Yeah, and the thing is, it's down, right? Like you could easily like replicate this over here and carry it on. Let's take a look at the outpost. Neuro has managed to get to salvage some of the devastation that occurred earlier on. The spammers are having to deal with spam in terms of waves coming at them. A huge wave is coming in now to the south. And again, there's nothing passive here defending them, which means you need somebody to run up here every time. It looks like Jason is building or closing off the base in a way, so I don't know what their research is like on grenades. But they don't have refined flammables 1, and they have explosive grenades 1. So the grenades are doing a bit of damage, the fire's doing a bit. It's not much though, it's not a huge amount. But you know, this going down is important. the green seems to have kind of run its course a little bit. But at some point, you've got to cover your base off, right? You can't keep building a wall across the entire map. I mean, it's a box, right? You need an edge to the box. Because it doesn't matter how far across you go, they're still going to come this way, right? They're still going to sideswipe you. How many times have we seen a sideswipe which loses a game? Too many times. Way too many times. As we can see here, some of these blue shells, big spitters, and we'll also see big biters now that we've hit over the 50% mark on North, leading us down the line of needing a full-on passive defensive line, such as this, the one we're seeing. Again, the flamers are recessed from the wall, so that anything that comes and hits this wall needs to kill this off first, before doing any damage to this. And like I said before, the walls are super cheap and easy to make, so that I'd rather replace these than needing to replace a more expensive item like this one here, this flamer turret. South is still getting attacks though. So I worry that like there could just be a quick sneak attack in. Cog and Abigail die on the outpost. Were they... which outpost were they? You should be able to see from here, right? There. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Because that's far away and that's relatively well built up as well. And they left. Ooh. Rough from North. And South also have player advantage as well. 5 players advantage. Okay, so who's winning this? If I had £1 or €1 or what a dollary do? What do the Americans use? Freedom buck. If you had one to bet on who's going to win this, oh dear, that is. Oh, Billy, why? What has Power Man done? Yeah, I kind of think so too. I'm that way inclined for sure. Billy sent them a message. Do you think Billy's working for the bugs? Billy Bug. All of this devastation has attracted the bugs to the weakest side of their defense. Ness is doing a good job here though, I think. And they're getting there, just... I'm nervous for North. That's what I am. I'm nervous for North. The South have their own defensive issues too. But again, like I said at the very beginning of the game, this is a gift. This is an absolute gift. You need to make the most of this, right? Don't prioritize brick. I prioritize walls, man. I would fill this up before anything floods through. And just get the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Hand versus Jaws. Okay, alright, so the east side of the lake is now finally finished. Oh, they have 2 wall smelters on south. Got you. So that's over here. Oh, down here. It's all good. Either way, as long as they're making bricks, that's exactly what you need. Oh, what an absolute clusterfuck. There's no way we get beyond blue signs here, or even into blue signs, really. Kraga's down. They seem to be pathing really aggressively, like in a curve around this. This line here. Oh. There we go. Yeah, so there was a belt that was down. But yeah, red power is terrible. Again, it's not worth grabbing this coal if you can't bring it in. DHX gets killed in the outpost. A big biter on top of Neuro's build. Neuro has a shotgun. Let's see who wins. Neuro this time. Maybe next time, different result. I mean, alright. You could surround the silo with flame turrets. Right? I mean, that's a play. If they keep coming in, at least that stops them from getting all the way in. One person, honestly, like a car even, mate. Get into a car. You know, I'd drive around here, chuck a load of grenades to blow the trees up, and I would literally just kite the waves back and through. Or do what they're doing here, where they're facing the flamers off against each other, so if something does come through, you can land some damage on the people that are coming in on top of your main flamers. But this is grim. This is grim. And just so much destruction, like so much stuff. And it's like bailing out of a boat, right? Every time you take one bucket of water out, another 5 join your boat and start to sink you even further. Yeah, it's not looking good. Not looking good at all. And if you notice, the deaths are coming closer and closer and closer towards the silo. You know, every time a player goes down, it's not from far away anymore. It's like on top of your main concreted area. So there's that to contend with as well. Some of the spam hasn't really been turned on. Oh, here we go. Here it is. You can't beat them with red, with green. Guess what, boys? Blue, fine. I mean, it's a good adaptation. You know, you notice and you can kind of see and recognize that, you know, you've gotten them to 50 with green, but you can't really do much more. So it's got to be. It has to be. You know, military or blue spam. So slow. It's like slow motion smelting. That hurts my brain. But this should slowly but surely turn on. You can hand feed a bit of power to jumpstart it. Yeah, devastated power block there. Production's ramping up, and we see some red chips being built, which is nice, I guess. Where are we going from here? Lasers? Maybe? Are we really... do we have enough power for that? Stronger explosives? Advanced? Yeah, fine. That makes sense to me. Meanwhile on south, shooting speed and advanced oil. Right, let me finish my coffee off and then we'll have a good overview of what's going on and who's where. Defense is holding though, which is nice. Lovely. Oh. Yep. It doesn't do much, but it does pump up the numbers a little bit. So what's the play? The play must be lasers, surely. I mean, from here, if you're managing to survive on this, you're not thriving, but you're certainly surviving. You'd want the wall closed. Finally a corner. Hey, they know. They know they need to close this off. This is no bueno. You can't keep keep dealing with this. Coincidentally, similarly to this this western side, you need to drop the wall. Like dropping a curtain, you know, it's like dropping an edge. You need to protect your sides. Spam outpost isn't really up and running yet. They're quite vulnerable here, actually. If the south, for some strange reason, get attacked here now and lose this blue production, that's huge. That's absolutely massive. Now they're missing a few bits and pieces like sulfur and plastic, but I'm sure with a bit of oil processing they'll be able to get that up and running in no time. And there is obviously a decent amount of oil here that they can start making use of. Meanwhile, the defensive line is breached to the south. And they're going to start losing oil production as well. This is a real shame. An enormous wave coming in. Now again, 34%, we're an hour and 20 in. These aren't difficult numbers to deal with, really, if you have the relevant defences. Julian Moore is not landing his grenades as he can, and he's also bringing them back towards production. But Oaken's helping out. Missed the game. Who's winning? Everlord's been in both games, mate, and he's played well in both games. The North are in a lot of trouble, mostly because they're only now just at 56% walling off their base. This used to be their power plant. It is no more. And they don't have a western wall, but they do have a solid line of flamers. They've been under the pump for a while. South have some defensive structures. They committed very early on to a really large spam outpost, as you can see out here. No smelting, all just burning city. And that's not working anymore. So they're now transitioning around to oil and blue spam. Yeah, it is fluctuating, but no, another death. Well, the idea would be, hopefully, is you get your pump jacks early, right? And then you have them filling into a container, a tanker, like we have up here. So you have like a buffer, effectively. So before you even have flame turrets down, you can... Oh, they've got tons of oil out here, they're fine. They'll be absolutely fine out here. Right, I'm going to quickly get a glass of water, so I'll be back in a minute. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. I think my dog's awake as well, so I apologise if any of you hear him barking on the mic. He might even come in and chill for a little bit, although it's warmer in his room than it is here, so he could probably just go back to sleep. Anyway, the blue transition is happening. We need plastic, we need sulfur. But if we can get those things, then we are on. The blue man group. And blue probably killed this game off, I'm going to be honest. The 1 hour and 30 minute mark. I mean, I'm not sure how much you hold, but probably like... Ooh. That's a good timing. But they're not keeping it, they're sending it in. Are they going lasers? Stronger explosives? Why not send that? Not just that, obviously, like the next... Send all of it when you have it, but North have hit blue early. Or earlier than South. And South's main is, if I... No, they've got some blue ticking into their science too. Okay, so they're not spamming with that. Interesting. So the initial set of blue jugs coming through. The military is missing red ammo. What? This is bizarre. Where's your iron production? Why is it being siphoned off for this? You're literally starving your own research? Are we backed up on plates here? Why are we doing this? Is this not got any ore to go into? I'm confused. So we have an iron smelter that's not on, that would be feeding your science over time. Yeah, you could be banking this as well, I don't know. I'm slightly confused as to why we don't have even a little bit going. I'd hand feed this even. Everything stopped. Shame. Ness is pointed out. Still doesn't change anything though. There's just not enough coming through here at all. Right, so some sends down to the south. Let's go to the mutation log. 62 mil. Mil's not doing a huge amount. Pump some numbers up at the very least. A couple of hundred extra to deal with. Yeah, like explosives shouldn't really play a part after a while. Like once you've got your flamer upgrades and your wall is actually down, why would you need to continually tech into nades? Like weird game to cast. Like it's up and down. Finally we can see South building the wall. They have at least a flamer down every now and again, and it's nice and thick. Girth over length. The spam outposts have been chinned off. Just Bob is doing a ton of power over here. A big biter just took down Neuro's outpost partner, Dirks. As he draws across. I mean, could you nade threat farm? You could, I guess. You'd need heavy, you need modular armor, surely. Yeah, you'd have to have modular armor. And probably a car as well, mate. I would get into a car or a tank. Because I wouldn't be happy with them coming up on me so quick. I mean, the big ones are faster than you, I think. Let's see how well the defense does. And again, here we can see finally. You know, this is kind of the right timing, 1 hour 30, but obviously with things being sped up. Yeah, again, I don't know why. Your fire's right. I don't know why they didn't go into advanced oil. And if anything, if you're going to do threat farming now, you'd have needed to have teched shooting research and defenders and gone deep into that side of life, right? You don't need or really care about explosives. I'm ambivalent. I don't mind. Threat farming is threat farming at the end of the day, but you're not going to get a huge bang for your buck at this point. Like, it's difficult. It is difficult. Let's take a look at the South's defense, doing what it needs to do. With 2k send, it's not really going to scratch the sides now. Above 55%, it's not really doing a huge bit. Do we have blue coming into a chest? We do! Ooh, we do. Ooh wee! Okay. My question is now, how long do you hold this? And at what number of blue do you send? Right? Because we do see areas, sides of base that is unprotected, like this for instance. There are areas and sides of the base that aren't ready to go. No rockets. They have some oil stored. Oh, South is yet to realise. Yeah, because they some of the pipes got damaged here, right? There was like connecting areas that they got taken out. Here we go. Yeah, there's nothing coming in. Is that because of it? No. Oh, that's massive actually. There's actually nothing in there. Oh no, they've completely fucked that. If they can connect power, I guess they can pump some through. You need to drag this power across though, right? You need to get that connected. That's kind of big though. It's all good, my dude. It helps buy coffee. It's the way that I use the money. I tend to buy coffee, so it's not a lot, but it does help. And I do appreciate you guys. I know some of you guys use ad blockers. That's absolutely fine. But it's not a ton of cash, but it gets me the pizza that I need or a coffee during the day. It keeps me awake and keeps me alert. So I do welcome and thank you for all of your support. Okay. Yeah, Menanda, very true. I mean, they've been plugged in. It'll take a while for it to travel. As we can see now, the different flamers turning themselves on and slowly filling up. So yeah, South are interested in... It's the question I had. Sorry, the South are interested in getting more oil. But the question I have now is, you have a chance to rock the north with a send of blue, obviously. Do you A, send 2 to 300, or B, send over 1,000? And if it is over 1,000, what's that number? Because you have a bit of time now. They're researching a bit. They're not saving that blue up. So in lieu of that, do you send 1.5k, 2k? Do you look for like a 5k blue send just to try and end the game? I mean, that pushed them surely up to like 80%. Or an easy game with 80-ish percent, maybe 90. You could end up with behemoths for like a 2k blue send, 3k blue send. It takes some time though. It's not an easy and quick build. But we're at 250 already, it looks like. Quarter of that. And we're being hampered by copper. Interesting. Super sub-optimized though, right? Hand feeding everything. 2k won't do as much. Yeah, that's true actually. And they have enough people to make it to problem areas. So, you know, for instance, if something up here happens, they do have enough bodies to quickly make it up here. I worry that the grenade tech... Now they're going for mining prods? Okay. I don't hate it, but... Meanwhile, South are going for a robot? I mean, surely South getting robots early is pretty big. Cog's having no... Oh, Cog's down. Ooh. RIP Cog. Thicker wall, yes. Let's take a look, because they had wall prod up here. And it's been deprioritized. That's a real shame. Oh god. Do you know both games have had problems with walls today? Genuine. I don't think people think about that as much as they probably should, especially in a game like this where you have to defend. But little patches of stone like this, you could bring them in, snipe some like coal off of here, and then just have a really tiny little wall production here. 11k blue to get to 90%. 2100 to get to over 70. Okay. 2100 is a manageable. Emote only chat. Oh, big fan. Yeah, spam the emotes. All right, here's what I'd say. If you're on South, what emote would you use for your team right now? If you're on South right now, where would you go? What would you choose to see? Like, how would you feel? What emotion would you be sticking down? Fishy. Okay. Flaming Snowman, this is fine. I like Low Dark Submission, not like this. Okay, let's swap that up. Alright, so if I'm a north builder, I'm up here. How would you feel? Let's see what I can get. This is how I would feel if I'm up on north. 100%. If I'm the defender on north, I feel like that guy right there. I'd just be crying. Oh, we should do emote chat more often. This is actually kind of fun. Awesome. Cheers for redeeming that reward as well. I don't know how long it stands for, but yeah, that's awesome. I'll leave it on for a minute or two. Okay, how do we feel about last game if you're on North? For those of you that were here, how would you feel if you were on North's team last time? There is an emote for this. That is last week's wall builder right there. Resident sleeper is just asleep. Asleep at the wheel. We had boxes, but anyone that doesn't know, we had boxes of thousands of wall production. And the guy, whoever was in charge of walls, was like, nah bro, not today. No thanks, that's not my job. Salt. Oh, I can get behind this. I'm a big fan. Thank you for... Oh, Defraggle. Nice to have you with us, man. Blammo. Yeah, God, the explosions are cunt. I like the fact that when they hit the nuclear sites as well, they also go up in flames. So yeah, the spam didn't work. Well, they've still got a lot, so you could chuck that in with your blue spam, but... How do I... Is there a way of me turning... Interesting. Oh, I didn't know all this stuff was here. Okay, oh, it turns itself off after a while anyway. They don't feel like they have a plan, I know. I feel like South thought they could take them early by this spam here, this green. And yeah. They're just going to get overwhelmed. I mean, they're kind of like, they're a burden to themselves now. So there's going to come a point where, yeah, you're going to start losing people, and you know, you've got to kind of turn around and say, look, what's this worth to us as a team? You know, can Timinator defend against these two waves? They don't have anything here, no flamers, nothing. Or does Timinator grab the blue signs they have, throw it? Because if you die here now, mate, that's kind of it. You know, these boxes are weak, they're frail. One has like only a couple of HP, one has 1 HP. Out of 32, you almost lost the box of 9 blue side here. That's terrible. Alright, good team effort here, good team defense. You know, they're managing to coordinate nicely, however, losing bits. At some point, you've got to cut your losses, right? And maybe blue, the all-in on blue wasn't the play. North have stabilized this really nicely. They've gone from kind of being under the pump to actually doing quite well for themselves. I do like this. That said, you know, South have got themselves squared away at bits and pieces. I'd probably commit another body or two to defend this. You know, maybe committing somebody from main to run over here and just go, right mate, I've got some flamers, you know, I'll grab some of this oil, literally these oil patches here, and I'll just stick some flamers down, and then you've got some defense. Much like Clutch is already doing. There we go, that's the play. Okay. This is actually going deeper than I thought it'd be. I thought this game would be over at 1 hour and 30 minute mark. However, we are seeing... Do we see lasers today? Here? No way we see lasers. They're going trains? What is this madness? Is everybody drunk? Did we all go to the pub before we came here? Railways. They want worker bot speed. That's fine, like there's nothing wrong with that. You're gonna need blue in the labs though. Is this game gonna go deeper than the first one? We need to be done by 8 o'clock though. 9 o'clock Central European time, because that's when the MMP speedrun is. I think we'll get there. I think the thing that kills this game will be purple spam. I reckon somebody somewhere is going to be looking at this. Yeah, purple for sure. It just makes sense. It makes so much sense to just do that. Chest 1,000 or 2, and then just rock the opposition with a really large send. Oh, small breach. Yeah, thicken this wall up, boys. You know, you need this to be like 4 deep. 3 or 4 deep at the bare minimum here. That really does give you a fighting chance, at the very least. A lot of perp. Yeah, you do. You will. I think that, like, a big send to North could just tip them over the edge a little bit. Like, they're already hovering around 60, I think. Easy difficulty. Yeah, I'm thinking that as well, mate. They're hovering around 60, right? So 1,000 purple pushes it. Okay, right, they're going light oil in the flamers. I do like that play. Bro, that box is on 1 health. 1 HP box. Oh no, sorry, 1 storage, my bad. Been a long day. Neuro. Base is slowly but surely taken away. I'm not exactly sure what the play here is. Was Neuro going for spam as well? I have no idea. And again, we don't like right angles in this game mode for many different reasons, but you know, I'd be very concerned about thickening this area here as deeply as possible, as well as squaring away larger portions of this. You've lost a few flamers here, can't really afford to lose too many, and coincidentally, like little leaks like this, super not good for you. Everlord's on top of it though. So he's being very proactive, and I like that. Like, don't get me wrong, you can't just sit back on your laurels. Oh, somebody has pinged the admin channel. Give me a second, guys. Somebody's pinged the admin channel. I need to go and see what they want. Yeah, that's fine. A lot of people interested in the 1v1 setup. So yeah, I need to make some content about how to play 1v1s and how you set them up and kind of general meta around playing those 1v1 games. Right. What carnage. What a mess. What an absolute mess. South are now riding a 43% evolution, North at 58. Large difference, I guess, but they're starting to become stronger. I feel like the North are starting to get into their stride a little bit. They got beaten up pretty badly at the beginning of the game, not gonna lie. It looked like GG easy. Oh, just GG, sorry. That's quite toxic. They have a lot of flamers now in boxes, so we can definitely stick down. Blue is starting to like flood it back into the labs, which you love to see. They seem to have fixed their issues with their military science. And now walls are pretty much the only issue. Because bricks have always been an issue. And walls have always been an issue. Okay. Right, I'm going to take this opportunity to have a bit of a stretch. Is there any part of the game that you want to see? Whilst I'm literally just going to go and stretch my back out a little bit. Just make sure I'm not all cramping up for later. I'm going to try and get a world record in the MMP speedrun. So I can't be tight for that. Let's watch some of the South defense. I'll be back in a minute. I just need to stretch my legs. Okay, that was actually quite needed. So, sorry for the delay. Have I missed any sends? Anything big gone off? Not really. 43 still for the south. See, little chunks of the wall's been taken out. Mass pings up here for Arco. And what is this production set up for? Cole has clogged up the mix build. Just like we were talking about last time, it can genuinely be a little bit of a pain in the ass. So yeah. Neuro's bass, has it evolved into anything? Oh, it's been hit again. Neuro has had the worst of this. Get out of my face, adverts. I didn't. Oh yeah, music. What are we saying? I'll ask you guys. Whatever chat suggests is what we will play. It has to be copyright free. But if you want disco, disco it is. If you want heavy metal it is. You name it and we'll make it happen. As we close in on the 2-hour mark, this game is going almost longer than the last one. It's definitely better prepared. I mean, these guys seem to actually like, yeah, they've got a handle on what they need to do. Trains have been finished. Okay, where are we training? Where exactly? Train saw? That's good from Jason. Great defensive line. Again, like we talked about, we just need to grab another person or two over here. This pretty much is the winning. Oh, I will check that out. I need it to be have you got a full playlist? Scott Buckley. Yeah, I've heard of this guy. And he's fine with people using... Oh yeah, I can credit him for sure. Yeah, 100%. I never want to use something of somebody else's that I didn't make and not credit them. I think it's kind of a dick move. Yeah, give me a second. I'll see if I can find a full copyright playlist. The thing I don't want to have to do is keep flipping backwards and forwards between videos and clicking on the next one, and it's just long, especially when you're casting for hours. Oh crap, we've been live for almost 4 hours now. Not too bad. But we still have the same problems we had an hour ago. These very anemic sidewalls. And then obviously to the west, nothing. And now we see the spam. Has to be, right? But there's no way, I don't know. I mean, light oil is really powerful, and if they've got like flamer upgrades, which I think they do, they've got one flamer upgrade with light oil. I mean, that can handle. Alright, let's take a look at this. Ah, awesome! That's what I like to see. I will stick this on. The only thing I might do is if there's an advert every video, I might have to save this and make my own playlist of it, where it's one full chunk. I think every time the video changes, there's a chance it plays an advert, and I just don't want... You guys already have too many adverts as it is. You don't need to hear my YouTube adverts every 5 seconds, just so we can hear some music. So, yeah. The thing that annoys me is that they're not skippable either. So, Fire, you sent me that ad block. 100% that's going on my PC as soon as this is done. But awesome, thanks for the tip. Spotify, yes, awesome. Right, so I can get a playlist up on that way too. This is Scott Buckley. Various different songs of Scott Buckley's. The playlist has just been linked in chat, so you can follow along too if you like what you listen to. And I'll make sure that I give some credit in the VOD as well. Do I need to credit every song of his that we listen to, or just credit his songs? That much I need to find out. But if you're watching Scott Buckley, well done. These are really good songs. People offer me these every week. They're pretty epic as well, aren't they? So it won't be long until you're doing... that's what I'm... Mid-stream in-video ads are a killer for me. I have to tab out, tab into a different window. Long. And when you're doing it for hours, I mean, when we're doing this stream for the tournament, which was obviously 10.5 hours long, it just became a real pain in the arse. Like, I hope you didn't hear that in my voice, but genuinely speaking, it was quite draining having to flip in and out of that mode. Lab's looking healthy for South. North research, Logi 2, car, okay, they're looking... I mean, they're slightly behind the 8-ball when it comes to things like bots. I do believe that the South can get theirs up first. But I guess North just want to, like, spam, I guess. A healthy amount of science on their research line, though. Very healthy amount. So they can kind of go wherever they want in terms of research now. And they're no longer being proliferated, like they're not getting punctured by the bugs. 61%, yeah, that's kind of uncomfortable, but it's not impossible. The wall isn't as thick as you probably want it to be in certain areas, like I'd chunk that up a bit more, you know, 4 deep. Definitely is healthy. And we've got some people making plays. I feel really bad for Neuroman, he's had like a really rough time of it this game. His outpost has been smashed up multiple times. Okay, red belt? How's power looking over here? Power's pretty solid. So we're looking at... over 1,000 already? Man, I could get behind this music. You know, the other one was somebody suggested heavy metal during the stream of the tournament. And initially I was a bit like, I'm not too sure about that. I don't know if it fits. And then the moment the heavy metal, like the electric guitar solo kicked in, I was like, yes, this is epic. Like, we need this. So I need to remember to add in some like heavy metal playlists as well. Not like screaming metal like you might think of, but just genuinely like big drums, big guitar. It works. It genuinely actually does work. I think it sounded great. Subjective, obviously. I can also add in some smooth jazz as well, but yeah, I feel like when it comes to like these big games and you have these epic kind of fights and battles and stuff, that yeah, something really scenic, cinematic, you know, Lord of the Rings style. Yeah, they have a cave troll. Bugs don't have a chance. Just getting melted. Absolutely barbecued there. Cogs trying to fight back a little bit, throwing as much as they can. Slowly but surely getting closer to 50%, so I hope... And where is Cog? Cog's out here. Oh, with the mill spam. Yes, Cog. And a little bit of capsule production, which you're going to need. Absolutely will need this. Could be a game changer. You know, you put South on 50%, they're going to have to start dealing with big things too, so... Yeah, it looks to me like we're just waiting. We're in a holding loop. North kind of shot their shot. It didn't really kill off... sorry, South shot their shot. It didn't really kill off the North. I'm worried about side swipes though, right? The bugs, it sounds odd, the bugs can come from this direction. They absolutely can, as we finally see the South dealing with 50.9%. Evolution. May the factory god be with you. Yes, absolutely. Another wave crashes down onto the North's defense. And again, they are strong, they are mighty, they are bitey, and they're going through those stone furnaces pretty much with a one tap. As well as bits of your wall as well, that you're going to have to repair. Again, you don't have bots yet either, so I can imagine that you need to bring somebody up here to repair this. You need to thicken this out, because it's not going to last long. Not going to last long at all. Alright, let's test this out. Do I get an advert in between every video? Apparently not. I'm down for this. Can somebody Google or even... Did that look like a screamy face to you? That looks cool. Can somebody have a look to see if I need to credit every song by name? In which case I need to be copy and pasting the names of these songs down. Or do I just have to credit Buckley himself? That's something I would like to know if somebody can Google for me, if that's okay. Because I need to remember one credit is enough. And if I play multiple titles of his songs, do I have to put down... Oh, okay, okay, so that's a copy and paste. Brilliant, okay, I'll do that then. Fantastic. I don't want to get in trouble. All of a sudden, if I get flagged or, content blocked or whatever it is, that would suck. Because we're not doing anything particularly edgy here. This isn't like a super toxic stream or... You know what I mean? It's all pretty lighthearted, so I wouldn't want anybody to... He's a friend of yours. Oh, awesome. Hey, mate, if you next time you see him, I'm a big fan. Big fan. I've heard some of his stuff before, but it's hard to know what's relevant, what's good to play over the top of these games, because, I mean, you guys are listeners, right? I'm the one here doing the cast, I guess, but you're the ones that are experiencing the whole thing. All of the Sonics and... You have, yes, I do remember. Somebody, yeah, it must have been you that was suggesting him. It's weird to, as a viewer, as a creator, as somebody that's doing the streaming, I'm never too sure what you guys like to see. It's why I'm always asking if the volume's too loud or if we can change the playlist. Is that I don't want you guys to get bored and be like, fucking hell, that was awful. Oh, I can't watch that, So I'd rather rule by consensus and should up the difficulty. All of a sudden, just flick this to like super hard mode and see if anybody notices. But yeah, do you know what it is as well? It's composition that Buckley has. I'm not saying this to say this because you know the guy, but generally speaking, like there's music and then there's composition. And if you look at people like the band like Snarky Puppy, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that band before. It is music, yes, but there's been somebody who's like it's like an architect. They've gone through each and every single dynamic part of that song and made sure that it fits and syncs up incredibly well. So you're not it's not like Lego where you're slapping bricks together. It's a genuine composition where they've looked at all the component parts and made it better than it could be if you were to just like, all right, drum solo here, trumpet solo here, be very formulaic with it. And they have some incredible music too. So fair play. Neuro with the red chips. Oh no, they know. That's the problem, is they would know. But I think we're into an end game here. I think I'll have enough time to have some dinner between this and the speed and the MMP speed run for sure. Or I can't imagine this goes on for a particularly long period of time. Can you imagine if we get close to the MMP speed run? Like literally, if we're half an hour away, I'm upping the difficulty 100%. The blue has been picked up though. Has it been sent? I think it has actually. Did we miss the blue send? The blue send was 1800. It changed 9.9 points and an extra 6,661 bugs. So yeah, they're getting bigger, they're getting stronger, they're getting angrier, and there's more of them. And the wall is not really big enough. I'm going to be honest, this should have been dealt with about half an hour ago. Terrible. 1,000% difficulty with bonus stuff on the start. I would do that. Personal lasers, but everything like 100%, and it ticks up by 10% every 10 minutes. So literally from the word go, you're dealing with behemoths. Or maybe max laser upgrades, free laser suits, and you start at 80%, so you're 10% away from that behemoth, kind of area. Okay. Right, since I have a second, I will zoom into the stuff. Oh, 1 second. Discord, Hall of Fame. Oh dear. Ragnarok's on fire today. Absolute fire for the Hall of Fame post. There we go. Everlord finally addressing a bit of the elephant in the room. Thin wall. No thank you. Needs to be bigger, much bigger than that. And there we go. Bugs are getting stronger, but at the same time, they're able to be dealt with relatively well. Yeah, I noticed. So if you kill a behemoth, it's not like a 1-to-1 kill. It's actually like a higher number. The same way that when you threat farm, if you take out the worms, you actually do a considerable amount of damage to the threat itself. So yeah, each entity has like a weighting or like a number attached to it. Now they sent 1800. What does South have? Does South have any bots? Where are we going here with our research? LDS? Into yellow? Okay. Purple's not working. Well, we haven't got purple up here, have they? And it's just crude oil on the North's flamers too. Okay. Alright, I don't hate it. It's not terrible. Is there a spare amount of light you might be able to throw in there? An abundance of light on? Kinda do. I'm just wondering, like, what's the adaptation for the North? Where are we going with this? Coincidentally, the South are, yeah, they're getting batteries down, they've got bots already. Nice, 13 big, 38.5 for behemoth, makes sense. Although, to be fair, when you're dealing with behemoths, there's probably a few 100,000 of. Like, when the threat goes up to like 1 million, even if you kill like 100 behemoths, it's really like a drop in the ocean. 15 bots so far. So 44 bots have been completed, 45 bots have been completed. Pipes is in. Does the other guy want to join? Where is he? This guy. Okay. Well, you're going south, mate. I can't keep giving everybody to the north. Thule knows. Thule knows the things. Things that Thule don't know are not worth knowing. We call him Thule the Knower. Yeah, they're getting hit hard on the side here. Managing to repel the bugs back, however, so it's not an instant penetration. They're not shattering your defenses, but over time, like for instance here, they're going to start degrading, and there's going to come a point where they just walk right through. And I wonder, there's somebody that's quite close to this. Oh, well, yeah, Everlord's got his own problems to deal with right now. He doesn't need me talking about what to do and how to go about doing it. We have some bosses precariously close to our oil smelting. Oil production, sorry. And these guys are big, they're beefy, and they're difficult to kill. Shooting them will do not much. I'd imagine the bullets just bounce off them effectively. As we see Sudakor go down. Ness soon to follow. And the bugs are just picking off. Absolutely devastating the edges of this. Now again, it's an open door, isn't it, really? Any more waves that come anywhere near this lake are just going to path through and across, and you just wonder, like, capsules maybe play here, slow capsules? At the moment the cells are outrunning the fire. Here, some more come through, the door is open, the bosses are closed. And all these need to do is just widen this door a little bit, this doorway into the north space. And we could be looking at some really, really desperate defense. Another wave trickles in with a boss that's getting down slowly. It's not comfortable, they will break through. And this is pretty frightening if I'm a northern player. Yes, they got their defenses down, but you know, they're walking in. They're walking in, and they are close to a relatively undefended silo. At this point, yellow ammunition in these gun turrets aren't going to do the trick. Cryo stands and watches. Billy Smart's. They're just going after Billy Smart stuff, mate. They don't care. They just want this. Fuck your power plant. Fuck you and everyone living in your house. This power plant is getting monstered. again. And they're tearing up coal production as well, so I don't know why they keep coming for this instead of this. I mean, ultimately, the power plant going down is pretty huge. Prox, I actually have a proposition for you. I'm currently making a lot of educational content about this. If you were able to record a voiceover or send it across, I can always credit you, obviously, with the creation of this stuff, but I'm basically going to start doing basically from how you join the server, physically how you find the server, all the way down to the different concepts. So mutagen, and I try and explain it when we do, you know, kind of threat farming, etc. It's something that I tend to cover, but not particularly well. So send me a message actually when you're free, and we can talk about it, because I want to start making these videos available. There's more and more people engaging with the 1v1 content as well as with normal battle battles. So I feel like there's a really good moment in time now for us to kind of create those kind of beginner how-to videos. You know, how to set up power, how to play an outpost, you know, what is threat, you know, what are the different stages. Like literally a small 2 or 3 minute videos talking about the different bugs. You know, these are small, these are medium, these are big, these are the behemoth. You know, and like you were saying, they cost this much. Or, yeah. As we can see though, North Base is being devastated. They're not too interested at the moment in the silo, they just want to cause havoc. They want to come in here and just detonate right in the middle of the base. As we do see little bits of damage going down, they're just absolutely harvesting the inside of this base. Gun turrets will do nothing, and all you can really do is kite them away. There's nothing really here to stop the bugs from killing off the North. And it's only a matter of time, really, that we say GG. And on that bombshell, so 2 wins for the South, 2 losses for the North, and in 2 hours time we have the MMP speedrun, and I can't wait. It's going to be fun. It's going to be very fun. Unlucky though, it was a little bit too much at times. GG's all round though. Solid game. I feel like North stabilised, but that blue send really did just push. You know, you've got bosses, and then, you know, you've got these really thick waves coming in, mostly big spitters and big biters, so yeah, that was tough. That was tough for the North. The South had some problems too, but I feel like they were in a slightly better position. They got to bots as well, for any of you wondering, on the North. They ended up with bots. 105 of them as well, so they really did, and stabilized too. I mean, there were times where Neuro's base, I was going to say Neo there for a second, Neuro's base was getting devastated, and he rebuilt this thing multiple times. I didn't want to be sometimes leadership is thrust upon you. Oh, adverts, terrible. But I think that's been 2 very, very good games. For everyone that's watching, thank you for joining me. If you don't mind, is it okay if I raid someone? Can I drop you off with somebody? Is that too much to ask? Who should we raid? I'm willing to take some suggestions. I'd like to keep it, you know, based in this game. Is Anti-Patience on? Is Imultus on? The Doe. Oh, we're going to raid the Doe. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. If I get this right. Hey, let's go. Right, thank you for joining me. I will see you tomorrow when we do the 1v1 tournament. And I'll catch you guys around the way. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Goodbye.